Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, a.k.a. Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
I am doing well this morning. Jim, how are you doing?
I'm doing fabulous this morning. I'm hopefully today we're going to get some markets that are actually moving as opposed to yesterday.
Well, I don't know. We're very light again on data today. All we have is 8:30 a.m. We have housing starts and building permits, so all quiet on the data front. That is non-market moving, but of course, economists will be looking at those for the health of the housing market and the building market. So, but for traders, not much to do. But we do have some news items that happened in the overnight. So let's get to those. We had Trump widens the metal tariffs. Now this was announced on Friday. However, it came into effect at midnight this morning, and he widened the steel and aluminum tariffs to include another 407 consumer items. So basically, if it's shiny, metallic, or remotely related to steel or aluminum, it's probably on the list. So it's a huge list. Now, you do have small importers are warning this is going to be impossible for them because of the complexity of kind of the overlapping tariffs, and this is becoming sort of unworkable for them. So this could put a drag on small businesses. But of course, big steel loves this idea in the U.S. Of course, you had Cleveland Cliffs and U.S. Steel wanting this to happen. So that is in effect today. We talked about big box stores earnings yesterday. We did have Home Depot come in this morning. They did fall short. Now, the company said they were able to maintain pricing levels because most of its imported goods arrived before new tariffs came into effect. But later this year, some items will get more expensive, though they did say that more than 50% of its items in the U.S. are from the U.S. and they won't be affected. But will be interesting to see, we Target and Walmart later this week to see what they say as well, and if these costs are going to finally get passed on to the consumer, since these big box stores tend to stock up months and months ahead of time. Then we also have Trump is weighing a 10% government stake in Intel. How this is going to work is under the prior administration's Inflation Act, they were granted about $8 billion. So they're going to take this original grant money and make it a stake in Intel instead, if that kind of makes sense. And then we also had SoftBank is going to buy in $2 billion in capital from SoftBank in the way of their buying shares of the company.
So it's been kind of
that is pretty much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's been painted as a bailout this morning in the media. I mean, I don't know if it is or not, but it doesn't look like the CEO actually has resigned.
No, he has not resigned, and they're kind of working out that deal. So we'll see what happens. Again, this is not set in stone, of course. It's still in discussion.
Yeah, and then real quickly, Bessent's already out saying, hey, PPI was just a result of investment services, nothing to see here, cut interest rates.
Yeah, yes, he's been on the wires this morning. And as we are talking, President Trump is on Fox and Friends. He's currently talking about the Putin-Zelensky meeting that he is trying to get together.
Thank you so much, Shai. I will see you in a bit.
All right, thank you.
All right, joining us live now on NinjaTrader Live is Bobby Iaccino. Bobby, co-founder, Path Trading Partners, and co-host of Futures Edge podcast. Bobby, good morning. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Jimmy. How are you?
Pretty good. You're looking fit and healthy and up bright and early this morning.
I feel much worse than I look.
Should I not open this can of worms? What happened?
Now open it. No, everything's good. I just had a little too many last night, but I feel good.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, you felt good last night, I'm
Listen,
sure.
at this point in my life, like three is too many. So I mean, I've just stopped being like a trader drinker a long time ago. So it like two is too many now. So it's not as
That-
bad as it sounds.
That's awesome. By the way, I want to do a quick shout out to the chat. Engineer Bear, first to chime into the chat. Appreciate you. I do want to do a special shout out to for Bunny Bear. Also, in I don't know if Bunny's in the show today or listening, but thanks for being here, Engineer Bear, and everybody in the chat. Appreciate you for sure. Bobby, I just wanted to start with U.S. dollar, and it's on my radar screen. I'm going to Italy in a couple weeks. I have to buy my euro still. I haven't done it yet, and every time I look at the chart, it's like, oh man, what's going on with the U.S. dollar?
Well, the U.S. dollar, in my view, is being driven more by the market's impression of the Fed than anything else. I mean, I think what we've been seeing since, I mean, let's go back to how far? Let's call it May. That sell-off has been really the Fed, in my view, being perceived as behind the curve with easings. So you just mentioned when you were talking to Tracy that, the Bessent's ignoring PPI, and in my view, he should be ignoring PPI. Um, if I wrote a paper on our Substack last week about how I personally see the neutral rate being anywhere from 75 basis points to 125 basis points lower than where we are now. Now, some people may say that we don't need easier monetary policy, but do we need restrictive? I mean, Jerome Powell himself said rates are restrictive right now. We see our stance as restrictive. And I don't think we need restrictive. I mean, as I'm looking at the data coming in, we're not pointing to a recession, but we certainly are not pointing to robust growth anymore. We're pointing to, in my view, a soft economy, a slowdown in our pace of growth, somewhere around, I don't know, let's call it 1.7% GDP over the next 3 or 4 quarters averaged. So we want to be stronger than that, in my view. So I think they should be easing. And I think that's part of what's going on with the dollar is the market says, well, if they don't ease soon, they're going to have to ease a lot more in the future. We've seen that. We've forgotten about that, Jim, and we've forgotten about the way that the market prices in what the Fed should be doing rather than what they are doing.
So, by all accounts, the topic at Jackson Hole this week is focused on employment, not focused on inflation. I mean, no, of course you're going to talk about it, but that seems to be the topic is the job situation. What do you think the trend is there?
Well, I think it's going to be toward higher wages, unfortunately, which contradicts what I've just said, right? I mean, I think when you look at unemployment, there has been layoffs and there's going to be more layoffs. It hasn't shown up in jobless claims. And I think it's for two reasons. Number one, a lot of the job losses have been in, how do I say this politically correctly? Foreign workers. Some have been deported, some have just left their jobs for fear of that. And I'm not even being political. This is what the facts show. If you look at the last couple of non-farm payrolls, the growth has been in domestic workers. So taking that into consideration, that particular group of workers are unlikely to be claiming unemployment benefits. The second part of that, a lot of the layoffs that we've seen, we saw some in Microsoft a couple of months ago, are tech workers that are getting severances and are not at least initially, going to be going for unemployment benefits. They're going to be part of the gig worker movement. They're going to possibly start their own thing, whether it be some sort of creator economy or whether they do their own startups. They have the ability to do that. That also doesn't reflect in jobless claims. So I think sitting at full employment the way we are is not, and we are at 4.2%, right? That's basically full employment as described by the Fed over the last
Yeah.
2 decades.
Yeah.
It's unlikely to stay there. I think that's one of the worries of the Fed, to be honest, Jimmy. It's why they're not easing. They're like the employment situation still is historically tight. But there's a lot of new factors, in my view, in the economy that have changed quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the CME's Fed Watch tool is tracking now maybe one cut. Well, one cut it's tracking, and maybe not two cuts for this calendar year. It's been a little bit dynamic recently, but it seems like it's a hawkish point of view.
Yeah, and I think it is. I mean, when you're looking at the Fed, so we know someone who knows Jerome Powell personally, and his description of Jerome Powell in college, he was one of his college roommates, said that when you told him he couldn't do something, that's exactly when he would do it. Or if you told him that he needed to do something, he would just say no out of spite. Now, we mature, right, Jimmy? I mean, we do mature over time, but there's certain qualities that are sort of etched into the slate of your personality. And I suspect there's a little bit of that. People call Jerome Powell political. They say he's being political. I think he's being stubborn. And he has data-based reasons to be stubborn. But whenever they talk about, we're looking at the past data and we don't think that there's, let me rephrase that. We're looking at the tariffs and we're worried about inflation from the tariffs. That's being forecast dependent, not data dependent, in my view. You look at goods inflation, it's tracking out at 1.1% annualized. I mean, that's way below the Fed's target rate. Now, services is tracking out at 4.4% annualized. But prior to this, the Fed was saying goods inflation is elevated and service inflation is coming down. And that was something they went on. Now they're saying the opposite. I guess they do need to look at the two of them combined. But I think by any stretch, rates are restrictive across the economy.
Okay, let's throw in another variable here. Let's throw in the U.S. debt. Debt service on the U.S. debt, and the idea that hey, lower rates is going to make it easier for us to continue our financing operations.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's valid, right? Because if we struggle with our financing operations, it's going to slow the economy. I mean, whatever way we look at it, fiscal spending is a part of the economy in today's day and age. I mean, I'm completely against taking a stake in Intel. I mean, I think that's completely ridiculous. I don't think that's anything that the government should be doing. Call it a bailout, call it whatever you want. I don't think that's something that our government should be doing. It should not own any portion of industry. I was against it when the administration did it with GM during the financial crisis, and I'm against it now. I just don't think it should be that way. I think if Intel can't survive, they should fail. That's just the way it is. And that resets the whole economy. Those are the types of big boosts to unemployment that are natural within a capitalist economy. And I think they should be allowed to happen. But the debt is a major factor. And unless you get interest rates lower, it's going to be a drag on the economy. It just has to be. I mean, you look at the 10-year note, it's gone nowhere, really. I mean, people talk about the 10-year note as if it's actually made any moves. July 31st, the 10-year note settlement was 437. And right now we're sitting at what, about 433?
Yeah.
So it's gone nowhere in the last couple of months. So we're not seeing any movement there. And people talk about, I'm talking about the administration now. They talk about wanting to get housing moving. Housing's not going to move if the Fed cuts. That's not the reason for it. The Fed does not control mortgage rates. The Fed controls short-term rates. And if they cut rates, if the market views that as inflationary, 10-year yield is going to go higher.
Yeah.
And I think Benson knows that. I just think he wants to reset the sort of structure of the U.S. debt to the shorter end. And he needs rates lower to do that. It's basically a treasury refinance.
Yeah, I mean, on that vein, the attack on the Fed's, I view this as an attack on the Fed's independence, kind of. And, in my mind, there's legislative remedies if you want to change how it works, right? As opposed to just what's happening now, just beat on them, beat on them, beat on them, get some appointments in there and try to impose your will. I'm not a super fan of that. I think I'm more of a fan of, listen, you want to make changes, you got a Senate and a Congress that could do that if you want.
Yeah, I'll take the other side of that to a certain degree. Presidents have pressured the Fed, going back to Truman. I mean, they've always done it. Um, since the Fed existed, but it doesn't mean the Fed should act on that. I mean, we agree on that part of it. And I really don't think he's going to. But I also don't think that he should be stubborn and not look at what's going on in the data. If he says he's data dependent, the data is showing a slowdown, in my view. And the data is also showing that rates are restrictive. And you may not want to be accommodative, but why be restrictive given the current economic situation? I don't really understand it.
Yeah. All right. So I know we were going to talk about gold, but Shai this morning was like, ask Bobby about crude oil. So I'm going to throw you a curveball here. Let's shoot over. Let's open up a crude oil chart right now. I have the October contract up on the screen, and you can see we're kind of grinding downward as we're getting closer to that May support level.
Well, I'm sorry, crude oil is definitely the demand side of it is bad. You know, again, we're looking at an economic slowdown globally. I mean, the UK just eased rates. Why did they ease rates? Well, they eased rates because you're looking at a slower economy in the UK. The ECB has been easing. The US should be easing. The demand picture of it, despite what OPEC says, and as we've talked about this before, Jimmy, OPEC always skews their reports to a strong demand side. They always do. But they're the only ones pointing to that. And then you look at sort of what may be a cooling in the Russia situation. That's just more supply, much more easily achievable for the global market. So I don't see a bid for crude oil. Plus, we're coming to the end of the summer driving season here in the US, which is the most important seasonal factor in crude oil. All of this is pointing to lower prices. So that means I'm probably buying calls, simply because it's just way too obvious to me that prices are going to continue to head lower. And this is something that the administration will sort of tout as a victory, but I don't know if they had anything to do with it. You might be able to look at tariffs and say that, the funny part about tariffs, Jimmy, tariffs are either inflationary or a tax. They are not both. And in my view, they're a tax, and taxes are deflationary because they slow an economy down. They take away discretionary spending if it were to actually influence a supply chain. And that's on the CapEx side, not on the consumer side, right? So that also adds to the idea that crude oil is probably going lower. I mean, I see us below the 200-day moving average, although the 200 is very, very flat. So when it's flat like this, it's not as strong as it normally is, but it's still noticed by retail institutional investors alike. So to me, there is zero reason for big oil trading firms to hedge upside here. There's not much. And if they're hedging very, very small.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using Mike Arnold's EMAs, right? I have the 50, which is blue. I have the 21
Yep.
green. I have the 8, which is gold. And, we have price separation between the 8 EMA and price on the downside. And as long as that keeps going down, I'm bearish right now until we get to like $60. Then it's like, all right, now what's going to happen? Because there's a certain point where, enough is enough.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were to get a rally now based off of Mike's moving averages, you're getting a rally into that sort of $65 area where there's resistance. Plus, you run into the 21. It's a sell if you get a rally. It's actually on a short-term trade. It's a sell. So, yeah, again, the downside's very obvious to me. So if I were in a short and I started to make money on it, I'd probably hedge some of those profits because again, the fast moves are always in the direction of the most pain, which would be to the upside right now. You're only going to get a big upside flash if there's some sort of geopolitical flare up. And we know that's not only possible, it's likely. I mean, you don't get through a year without at least one of those.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right, that sounds fair enough. And let's go to gold then. We were going to talk about gold. Let's go to gold. I just got to find my. There we go. Pop it up here. Are we in December? Yeah, I think we're in December.
Yeah,
All right.
gold is December.
All right, I got a daily chart up on the screen. Same moving averages, got stochastic on the bottom here. It looks like maybe we're going to get across under the 8 versus the 21. Hard to say, but a couple, 3 kind of baby candles in a row. This is kind of moving sideways like the equity world is.
Yeah, it is. And the interesting thing about gold is engaged in a sideways correction. So this is a correction without prices moving lower. If you were to even compress that chart even more, we're essentially in the same giant range since April. right? If you look at it right now without putting anything more on the chart, that's the range.
Yeah.
And this to me says that people aren't willing to sell their gold positions. They're not convinced that gold is going into a bear market, but it's still correcting because it's correcting sideways. I will tell you that I did some very basic research, and I personally don't see a reason to get out of gold as part of a portfolio anytime soon at all. I mean, if I look at a portfolio going back to 1975, and I did do this, okay? Going back to 1975, a 60-40 portfolio, 60% stocks, 40% gold. The compound annual growth rate, or the CAGR,
Mm-hmm.
S&P is 9.2% a year. Gold S&P combination is 8.4%. But the drawdown, the max drawdown, the mixed portfolio is 39% to the downside. The S&P is 53% to the downside. And the Sharpe ratio is better in the mixed portfolio. So if people were asking me, should I have gold as part of my long-term portfolio? My answer would be an emphatic yes going forward. It really would. And it has a lot to do with some of the things we already talked about. In the short term, gold to me is a long if we get a close above to yesterday's high into tomorrow. Doesn't look likely the way the chart's playing out right now, but you never know, right? And that actually coincides with the geopolitical event that hasn't happened, right? One that we could be prepping for and it hasn't happened. So if we get above yesterday's high today and we close above it, especially if we could follow through the next day, that to me is a short-term long, looking at maybe 3,400 again. So I like gold for multiple reasons. I own a lot of physical gold, a lot. It's a big, big part of my personal portfolio, and I haven't been selling. I don't think I'm going to be selling anytime soon.
All right. We'll see. We'll keep tracking that going sideways. I mean, right now, we've got about 51,000 contracts traded so far overnight. It's okay. It's not, a huge amount of volume, but we'll keep
Yeah.
an eye on that as we go. Bobby, let's shoot over now to we got to talk about all of these cryptos. I mean, we've got Bitcoin, we got Ripple now, we've got Micro Ether's doing, hundreds of thousands of contracts a day. And then we have Sol as well on the futures front. But let's start with the Bitcoin market right now. We've had some guests on recently that are super fans of this product as well as this market.
Yeah, I love this future. I really do because for me, Bitcoin, I use it as a trade. I obviously just talked about how much I like gold. And so from that perspective, Bitcoin to me is more of a trading vehicle. Now that may change. I'm actually going to be speaking at a Bitcoin symposium in November, and I'm the counterpoint, which I'm not really excited about, to be honest, because I'm going to be I'm going to be the villain in this particular conference. But it's not because I don't believe in Bitcoin as an asset. It's because I don't believe it. People who buy and hold Bitcoin are 100% in Bitcoin. I was at a meetup at a Steak and Shake, and that's because Steak and Shake accepts Bitcoin in Florida as payment. You can buy a burger at Steak and Shake with Bitcoin. And the people there didn't want to buy a burger with their Bitcoin because they didn't want to spend it. I'm like, it's $11, guys. Like it's literally not, you're not going to go broke by spending $11 on a burger. Plus it's found money at this point, right? Side note to that, gold and silver are now legal currency in Florida because Governor Ron DeSantis signed that, right? Just for fun, I took a gold coin that I have in the house, brought it to the grocery store and tried to buy a pack of gum and get like $3,362 change. And the guy sent the manager over and he's like, come on. I mean, come on, it's a pack of, I mean, come on, don't make me. I'm like, no problem. I put the gold coin away and I paid the $2 for the gum. So this shows you like the realism of this kind of a thing, right? Bitcoin to me is an amazing trading vehicle. It trades very technically, which having said that, if we were to close below $112,000, I'd have a pretty big sell signal there. Other than that, I'm usually trading Bitcoin to the long side, and this is the product I use when I do it. Yeah, you're right there. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And
Yeah.
you've got a really sort of a sloppy double top, and it's actually a much more solid chart on the weekly. You can just very clearly see the double top on the weekly. And if you get a weekly close below that, um, the extension of that probably takes me all the way down to about 100 and about 100,576 as a target for that particular trade. Now, I'd be scaling out of that because Bitcoin has a very natural long bias to it, similar to equities in general. So I don't like being overly short Bitcoin. But that would be a trade anyway. It wouldn't be something I would sell out. And, for people who out there that do like Bitcoin, I do hold Bitcoin. I do. I just hold a lot more gold than I hold Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, um, there's no if you're stopping roadside to get a shake, chocolate shake, you've got to go to Chick-fil-A. There's nothing better. I'm just gonna
The
make that
line's
clear.
too damn long there most of the time, Jim.
But they have it down, man. I mean, they it moves. I
And
mean,
it
they
does
have
move.
it's they have a system, man. I'm a super fan. So when I go to see mom and dad Cags in Charlotte, I'll stop halfway because there's one in Orangeburg, and
Yeah.
then on the way back though, it's a Sunday usually, and it's closed on Sundays. So no chocolate shakes for me Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, they are everywhere here. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, and so just kind of talking about, let's just stay on this topic real quickly with the cryptos because this Ether contract, I didn't even know what it was like a month ago, and Shai's like, hey, you got to check out this contract, and it's had not only has it had this astronomical parabolic rise, then a pause, then another parabolic rise, and then a regular textbook kind of retracement right now. But the volume in this is a micro, 96,000 contracts traded already today. I mean,
Mhm.
it's really an eye-opening experience for me, being in I'm an old bond guy. I'm an older guy, not really knowing what these are. And then, once you do the research, it's like, oh, this makes sense. But look at what the popularity of this contract.
Yeah, no, and I like this contract. I don't trade this as much. But we did put out, so we have a newsletter now. It's called The Unfiltered Investor, and you could find it at unfilteredinvestor.com or The Unfiltered Investor. I think I bought every combination of that website that you could possibly misspell. But we're looking at putting out we do a lot of pullback longs. So we do it in equities, and we haven't quite done a future section yet. But I think what's stopping us from doing a future section is the newsletter is already 16 pages long on average. So it's because it's chock full of Mike Arnold's technicals, and those technicals are on futures. They're not on stocks or equities. So the technical charts are on the futures, and then we do trades in individual equities. And we have a pretty strong buy level, and you'll be able to see it clearly right around 4,000. Now, obviously, in this ether chart, you've got the July 28th high, right? And then looking at it, you've also got the 21 EMA coming in right around that same area.
Yeah.
So it's a good pullback. Now, me personally, I wait till a breakout up. If you look at your particular ether screen, if you were to have drawn just sort of a downward trend line going from that July 28th high, just call it to about the August 5th high. If you drew sort of a short, kind of a best fit trend line there,
Okay.
that breakout is a buy for me, and it's a rotation zone trade, like you've heard a million times talking to Mike,
Yeah.
right? You get that move lower, and then it breaks back out of that move lower, and it's a nice long signal. That was a good trade. But I like this contract. The fundamental side, I still don't understand what Ether is. I mean, and that's probably something that I'm going to learn at this thing I'm speaking at in Naples. But it's a great contract, man. And again, trades very, very technically, so I like it a lot.
Yeah, I think you're going to learn about a thing called smart contracts, whatever that is. But
Yeah, doing my best on that stuff, but I just don't know if I care.
yeah, no, I hear you, man. I hear you. All right, well, we'll keep tracking this. We're going to keep track of Soul, and then Ripple's the new one here, which is very very low volume. So we're going to be patient and wait for the Ripple or XRP to pop in to the volume spectrum at the CME group. But Bobby, thanks for being with us today, man. I really appreciate you joining us here on NinjaTrader Live. We're gonna go ahead and cut and paste your X handle in the chat. And hopefully we'll get to talk to you very soon.
I'll be around, buddy.
All right, all right. Bobby Iaccino, everybody. All right, we are back again with Shy. Shy, we are with the one and only DCP, aka Donnie Phillips. Donnie, how are you?
I'm good, Jim. How are you this morning?
Pretty good, man. Thanks for being with us.
Oh, my pleasure.
I just want to get, you're the bond expert here, for sure. I just want to pop a daily, well, we could look at this in a second, but I'm looking at the 30-year Treasury bonds right now, and it seems to be in a downtrend.
It is. It is. I like a 180-day 4-hour chart, and then I like to slap standard deviation channels on it. And if you look at that, we've been in a downtrend for the last basically since the start of the year, and we're trading between a positive one standard deviation at the 115.28 level, 116. And then the low end of that is pointing down to 111.14. And the zero line there is exactly where we are right now. It's at 113.18. So we traded that low yesterday or the day before, and then we've got a little bounce coming back into it. But the market is relatively priced compared to its standard deviations over the last 8 months. Um, and we're in the debate of Fed cuts now, right? We're right back to that. The last time I think I was on, we got that unemployment report that sent us down, and then we got the following month we got one that brought us up, and it looked like we were going to try to take out 117 last week if we could get above 116 before PPI came in and hit. And once PPI came in, that spun it all the way back, and now you got people going from 50 basis points in September to no basis points in September. So it's definitely a good time to be a bond trader or a stir trader. You've got some good volatility here, and it's a solid market for the moment.
Hey, Donnie, what it seems that the market is overly optimistic in factoring in rate cuts from the Fed.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you see, where do you see us, and what do you think the Fed should do right now? Because it seems, they're kind of in a pickle with sticky inflation and still a pretty okay labor market.
Yeah, I mean the labor market is operating at good capacity, and then you've got to factor in immigration and how that's reducing the labor pool. So I think you're going to continue to you might see lower job numbers, but you'll see U3 probably stay relatively the same here. So that is going to kind of handcuff the Fed a little bit. And then you've got the inflation data. And as the previous guest, Bobby, was saying, that's, forecasting rather than looking at real-time data. But I would think I've been of the opinion for the last 6 months that we were going to get a September cut and a December cut. I am now of the opinion that September cut is probably off the table. And we're going to have to wait for another month or two of data to see if this inflation starts to materialize. That's not going to make Trump happy. I don't think Powell cares what Trump thinks. He's more concerned with his legacy and where this market is. I would say that if you look at the SOFR market, if you look at the front whites in the SOFR, which is the old Eurodollar contract reinvented, there's still room in there for some denial that we're going to get 2 cuts. That market is not repriced correctly yet for no cut in September. So there is definitely some potential there. And then I'm also seeing a lot of guys trading the next 3 months calendar spreads, looking for some of that to come in and get a curve steepener. So I think the thing that we need to kind of look at here is the Fed's main topic for this year's Jackson Hole meeting is literally about jobs in a changing environment. So we're going to get some clarification on what that means to the Fed and how they're gauging that, based on some of the writings and some of the reports and releases that we're going to see from this meeting. And I think it's very timely. There was, if you look at tariff data, last year tariffs accounted, I think we imported $3 trillion worth of goods abroad, and the tariff rate was roughly 6% on that. As of September of this year, that tariff rate is now up to 16 to 18%. So it's almost a 3x kind of jump on the tariff impact. So that's going to pass through. So you can see that that's coming in. I mean, Ford just said they're going to lose $1 billion. Apple just said they're going to lose $1 billion. So we're going to see those things come through. And I think that is probably, it's easier to forecast than the jobs number is. So I think hopefully we'll get some clarity from the Fed. But as of right now, I am thinking we will not see a Fed cut in September.
So, Donnie, on that note, let's say we don't have a cut in September. There's a lot of chatter everywhere about, well, we're really going to see this tariff situation spike inflation fourth quarter of this calendar year. I mean, is this can going to be kicked down the road forever, and we don't get any rate cuts this year?
It's possible. Some of the guys I chat with in some of the stir chats are definitely of that opinion that it's possible that they kick the can all the way out into next year. I have a couple of friends that are speculating that we see 6 cuts next year, which I think is aggressive. But that would imply a slowdown in the economy. But we do have a global slowdown going on, right? I mean, America's, Tina, but everybody else is kind of struggling a little bit here. So does this force a slowdown? And I think the good news for traders is that's going to give you some volatility out the curve for the next couple of months. But it's definitely possible. And whenever you go from something that's certain to something that's uncertain, that gives you some options here for good range expansion. So we'll see. I was pretty comfortable with the bonds getting to 113.18. After the PPI number, I went short. I went into PPI long and reversed as soon as I saw the print and got short. And I've held that. I covered half of it yesterday, and I wanted to kind of see if we could push through 113.18. We've got Waller speaking, I think tomorrow. So he's going to come out a little bit dovish, most likely. So we might see a little bounce here off the long end into that speech, and then I would expect we get a little more selling pressure to come back into this market for the rest of the week.
Yeah, we also have FOMC minutes tomorrow too, which may, sometimes it affects the market, sometimes it doesn't. But back to the long end, it seems that everybody hates the long end. I mean, you have Gundelock, you have PIMCO, you have got Jamie Dimon. Everybody say, stay away from the long end, stay away from the long end. So is there any point that sentiment just gets so negative that we actually see a bounce and a kind of a contrarian play?
I think we tried to see that last week, right? I mean, if you look at the lows off of July, we were down in the 111.14 range, and we had a pretty steady, rally for 3 weeks. I think if that PPI number hadn't come out as hot as it had, we would have traded up into the 117 range. So I think that was kind of the contra rally. And if you look at it on a 4-hour, starting in May, we printed down at 110. We rallied up to 116. We sold back off down to the 111 range, 111 and the 14. And then we had another little rally. So we basically had 2, almost 3 failures to get acceptance and rotation above 116 since May. So I think the market wants to try to give you that contrarian, but every time it gets there, we get something that smacks it back down again. So, maybe the 4th time's the charm, but, it'll probably roll off the board and we'll be trading the D's contract before that happens.
So, Donnie, the cash yield this morning was last time I checked, four spot 925. When we were at 116 handle, we were, closer to four spot 82. So that seems to be kind of the yield range. Is that yield driving price more than anything else? That's kind of question one. And then question two is, how is either of these things going to affect the equity markets going in through that rest of the year?
I think that we are range bound, and there's a psychological level at 5% that I think would weigh heavily on the indices market. I think Pax even said it over the weekend as well. Um, excuse me, if we see that negativity pop through and we lose the long end, um, I that would definitely be a drag on the potential for ES and Qs to be a little bit headwinds. I think we're not there yet. And I think a lot of that has to do with we're going to be doing a lot of issuance on the front of the curve. So if we were trying to do more issuance out the long end, I think that might put a little more pressure on the bonds. But since they're relieving that a little bit, I think that takes some of that heat off a little bit. I mean, you remember we never talked about TGA on the floor, right? I mean, that was never something we really talked about how they were going to issue. Obviously, we didn't have the same deficit levels that we do now, but Fed issuance was never a thing that a trader looked at.
Yeah.
It's only on FinTwit that everybody's all hyped up and worked up about it, but it is what it is. So I mean, right now it's a lot of the people I talk to that are running money, real money, PMs, desks. They look at this whole agenda from Bessent and Mirren, and they say, this is all BS. This market is in far worse shape, and your plan is not going to work the way you want. I think the market still kind of doesn't want to believe that yet. And, everybody's expecting Trump to back down on tariffs if it gets ugly. And I guess that's a possibility. If it starts to really get ugly, he can back off on these tariffs and take that inflationary pressure right out of the market. And then you could see things, moon on the ES. And I kind of think something like that's going to happen over the next 12 to 18 months. But, I mean, it's impossible to predict what's going to happen in 12 months in this market, especially with Trump.
Yeah. Shall we got a couple of minutes left. Any last minute thoughts for Donnie?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to talk about the equity markets here a little bit. You talked about how we're going to see losses in some of these big companies, billions of dollars. Does that equate to more market volatility? I mean, what do you expect going forward? Obviously, we've had a very quiet summer, just kind of a slow grind higher. And traders are wondering if we're going to get some market movement again.
I mean, those things are they're knowns, right? So the swans are always the unknown. I think it is relevant that we're in August. There's a lot of people that are finishing up their summer vacations. A lot of the big dogs are off the desks right now. So I think that might shift when we come back in and we've got that fourth quarter trade where you're either trying to preserve your bonus or get a little extra money into the bonus pool. I would imagine, based on the market that I'm seeing, that most of these guys are going to be more cautionary. They probably have had pretty good years if they're running a big desk. So we'll definitely get some uncertainty here if the rate cuts get paused. And then I think people are going to say, well, why? And is it going to be the argument that tariff-driven inflation is the issue? That's a headwind if it's true, and if they start to really materialize. But if it's slower job growth and bad non-farm numbers, that could also be a headwind. So what I kind of expect is if the rate cuts truly come off the board, we probably see a little bit of a headwind for ES. We backtest some levels. And then as the rate cuts come back into view, the market would view that as a positive and start front running it. And then I think we've got a potential to put in another 500 points higher in the ES sometime at the middle of the end of next year.
Wow, got it. That makes total sense. Donnie, thank you so much for being with us on NinjaTrader Live. We're going to go ahead and drop your X handle into the chat. Everybody follow Donnie if you get a chance. There's good stuff there. But thanks for being with us.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
All right, Shai.
Thank you.
That was good stuff, man. Shai, that
Always
was good
stuff with Donnie.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, thank you, and we'll see you a little bit later on today in Hot Commodities.
All right, thank you. I'll see you guys in the chat.
All right, it's time for Tape Talk with the man, Pharm, with the bright blue shirt on this morning. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing all right. Regretting my decisions in life since I'm sitting in a long runner from yesterday on NQ. This is going on a record here of sitting in a runner doing absolutely nothing, and then Home Depot had to go ahead and report some moderately disappointing results. So of course, the Dow is booming right now, getting all the love instead of NQ. So we'll see how today goes. Yesterday was pretty gross, right? I popped onto the afternoon stream, and it seems like that was the general sentiment. There was still good trades, though, and we'll see if we can pick off a good one today.
Yeah, let me just grab my screen real quickly here, and we'll start with the E-mini S&P, and then we'll pivot over to you. This is just a daily chart, and this is a relatively new thing for me, is to track the volume profile for the whole month, and that's what I'm trying to do here on this candle. And surprisingly, we have a really dominant point of control on the volume profile right where we're at. I mean, we're just like stuck to the mat right there. I mean, it's at what are we at? 64, 68-ish, and it's pretty dominant. And then we have that volume deficit going all the way down to the next node, which is down by 64.11. So it seems like there's some price happiness here, at least for now, especially with today's back-to-back baby candles on the daily chart.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where, generally building volume and value higher is bullish, constructive. But at the same time, absent any additional lift, which we have not been seeing lately, it does render the profile somewhat susceptible to liquidation. And I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree that the last couple of days have just felt really, really weak and apathetic. Maybe everybody's just waiting for Jackson Hole, what have you, or like you said, for the big boys to come back from vacation. Not sure, but we're still sitting on this breakout, this recent 6-week breakout, and we really have gone nowhere. So grinding on top of it's not the best look. But again, part of me in the back of my mind's just waiting for the classic Emperor Palpatine, where we just get some giant monster candle out of nowhere after sideways grind. But it feels like it needs to break, and that dip would be bought. But it feels a little bit tired, and I don't know if they don't lift it today. Honestly, I'm probably going to start hunting a liquidation break like I'll do occasionally. That might be today.
Well, let's go ahead and pivot to your charts and pull those up and see what they're looking like.
Yeah, I mean, just the big picture here on the daily chart, we are just still sitting on that same box that we've been looking at for a month. So the prior top of that was 64.51 on a cash hours basis. That was the high. We have now come down twice outside of cash hours and kind of partially tested it. I think we had like a 53.25 low maybe on, what was that, PPI, and then this overnight. We need a Scooby-Doo meme, like what's behind this 64? Let's see what's behind this 64.60 bid. And it's like, oh, of course, 64.54 bid, So it's gross, but it's tired. But I do think bulls need to lift this, or they're gonna risk a liquidation break very soon here. So that's just your big picture. And NQ is very similar, not quite the same as ES from that perspective. If you get into your 30, I mean, again, we're just kind of hugging the lower edge of last week's primary distribution. We've not gotten a clean break away from it, but on the flip side, each time, sellers have made an attempt to push this lower, it just gets snapped right back up. So to me, these 6460 buyers clearly have not given up. And it's really starting to feel like they're just going to need to, so that we can recruit some fresh buyers to come in here and be willing to lift this. So, coming into the week, we talked about this yesterday. My plan was to look for a failed push below these 6460s that then reclaims. And I was looking for a rotation back up to, 6480s, and then, a reclaim of 83 to 86. You're probably talking new highs. And then, Sunday night, we got that huge open. I don't know what was going on with that, right into that resistance. And then it faded off of that. And a lot of these pushes just didn't find the strength to find that lift. And then last night, we had the same thing. We had like this big open that's, immediately mega bid, and it just got stomped. So I am definitely a little bit more cautious. It's pretty likely that my long NQ runner gets stopped. So I'm long NQ from yesterday on runners from 726, and I'm short ES overnight because it's one of those situations where what the hell else do you do? I mean, no side is showing any strength. So I'm just looking to fade edges, and that YM move did not help my overall net position here, but that's where we're at. And I'm still looking. I would love to see 64.31 to 35. That's the potential trap spot that I mentioned. I mean, just the longer this consolidates, the harder it is going to be to quickly buy a dip. Liquidation could take a little bit longer, but I do think that's what you want to see if you're a bull. I think you want to see a liquidation break that ultimately gets snapped up, and then you just see where it finds its feet. Because again, big picture, to me, until we're offering 64.30s, making lower highs, lower lows down through this range, much of which I expect to be pretty supportive. I think bulls are going to continue to buy dips in this 64.30, 64.60 range. And, again, a liquidation break to me is extremely bullish. A lot of people think that calling for lower prices needs to be a bearish thing, but it strengthens the market. You get a lot of late chasers that come in here, and they're buying up in here. They have no willingness or interest in initiating and lifting the highs. They get tired. Sometimes we just need to separate their contracts from their weak hands and find some stronger bulls that are willing to lift that. So, I mean, maybe we get that today, maybe we don't. I'll flip over to NQ because, again, I do have some scared runners right now. That was that 700 to 724 spot that I was looking for. And I wanted to talk about why I chose NQ yesterday instead of ES, because I think that is somewhat helpful. I'll flip to my 5 real quick here. So ES, if you remember, ES yesterday pre-market had already taken out that 60 spot Friday's low, basically the Thursday, Friday, maybe even Wednesday cash hours low. It had already done that, and then reclaimed the 60s. And NQ had not. And so NQ came down during cash. And so it set its IB low, right on Friday's low, which is dumb. And so you had IB low sitting there. That's the range for the first 60 minutes for people that haven't heard me talk about the IB before. And then it had already taken its overnight low, and then it had its IB low right at Friday's low. So the point at which it sweeps those two out, I get interested. I was watching these 700 and 724s. And I like that better because all those stops have been taken, whereas ES had still not approached and never ended up taking out its overnight low until tonight. So, everything's been taken. All the stops have been taken on the downside. So, to me, bulls need to lift this today, or I'm probably going to start. I'll probably end up stopping out on those NQ long runners and holding the ES short runners. So we'll see how that goes. But that's kind of big picture. What I'm looking at, there's just not a whole lot of strength on either side. We have not seen sellers initiate to the downside. They've just been content to sit up here passive. It's been a pretty thick offer at times, especially on pops. And it's just really wearing out a lot of these bulls. And so, unless or until we get, some big bull that's ready to lift these sellers, they're going to remain at risk of a break. And to me, that risk remains on NQ. I'm watching basically 820s, 830s. These were prior single prints from Tuesday, I want to say, the breakout day of last week. And so I'm using 824, 831 basically. And then, the short for overnight was, failed pushes through there. That's going to need to be lifted. And then for ES, just call it yesterday's high. I mean, we need to see initiation above yesterday's high. The point at which bulls end a downtrend, ES isn't really in a downtrend to me, and Q like kind of is, but not really. I mean, like short time frames. The point at which though bulls take out a prior day high and sustain, like it's usually over and we're off to the races. So we'll see how that goes.
Just looking at your chart the way it is right now, you see a whole series of lower swing highs. Although the lows on the chart are consistent, but the swing highs are just consistently lower every single time.
And you can see in the value areas too, right? I'll just slide just over a little bit, right? So value is just being slowly compressed lower into these generational lows, which is a little bit easier to see on ES, I think, right? This ridiculous 6460 spot basically, but you're getting that compression into these lows. So something's got to give, right?
Yeah.
Either sellers need to get a little bit off sides, and that's what I was hoping to see a cash hours test of that. We still haven't 6451. We still haven't seen a proper cash hours test of that back test. So, I think the best case scenario, honestly, for any kind of durable move is going to be some cash hours push down here. Probably still need to take these, ETH lows, come down into a 51 at least. Proper test, I'm going to be watching like 46, kind of 43 to 46, let's say, potentially. But get a nice push into there, get a solid trap, and then see some fresh bulls step in and initiate back over the 60s. It's the same basic trade setup that I've been looking for since this weekend. Similar idea on NQ. If it can hold 700s, it's still at a perfect location for a daily higher low. So there's nothing technically broken. It's just that we need to see some damn initiation one way or another. Either sellers need to break this down and then like actually defend a pop below the 50s to take it down to 30s maybe, or just step out of the way. And then same thing, bulls just need to lift this or punish a trap. And I'm always preferring the traps. I want to see one side fail. Overnight, it was buyers. They failed. So I took the other side of that. If cash hours, we get a push down here from sellers that gets eaten, then I'll be pressing the buy button against them. So sloppy days, but you can still find a good trade with a good setup. And that's when I wanted to bring up the fact that you had like the IB low just sitting right there at Friday's low on NQ, just begging to be taken out. They came in and they ran it. And then that broadly targets the IB high. And that's why when I was in the afternoon stream, I was looking for 816, using that as somewhat of a proxy as the IB high for yesterday. So it was a gross grind, but it made it there. And I think you definitely got to pick the cleanest index for today. Mm-hmm. Right now, the Dow's rallying up into these 45. I've got 45,107 to 135. From my perspective, since I have some NQ, I'd like for it to stall there and see some love rotate into NQ. But I mean, pick the cleanest one, because I mean, yesterday ES was gross. Yeah. But NQ was not that bad, really, to trade. I thought. I mean, I sat there forever, but it wasn't bad.
Maybe the Dow's digging Warren Buffett's investment in United Healthcare, so that's why
more of that. Pump my bags, Warren. That's fine. But and then Home Depot this morning. I don't know. It didn't look that great to me, but and it's
I'm not surprised with Home Depot. Yeah, it didn't look that great to me. Ever since I moved down here to South Carolina, I don't go to Home Depot anymore. I go to Lowe's. So my shift in purchasing is, I'm sure, move the needle for Home Depot. So buy Lowe's. Lowe's is going to be moving. But that just begs the question, though. We're kind of, we're in this anticipatory environment, and what do we have to look forward to? The Fed's kind of in limbo. Light data week. We've got, the Russia-Ukraine thing is all over the news, but it seems like that's going to take a while to play out still. And then you've got Powell speaking Friday. I mean, are we waiting until Friday?
I mean, I hope not. I mean, I hope there's some kind of traps, one side or another gets off sides. I hope that's today, because yesterday was like, I mean, that's the one trade I took yesterday and just sat there. So I would like to have a little bit more range, a little bit more volatility. Somebody's got to get off sides in order for that to happen. I don't care which side it is, but somebody give me a failure, and let's either liquidate shorts or liquidate longs. I don't care. But just open things up a little bit. And, given what we're doing, we still have a half hour till open, but, sort of grinding into range lows all night with no lift. Again, you're seeing that compression. It looks like they want a liquidation break. And I'm here for that. And like, I may or may not even, a situation where I probably wouldn't catch the short if they just liquidate the open. We've seen that a couple of times right at the open where we just get that break. But I'm here for that. And I'll ultimately be looking to buy a dip, or if sellers actually show a willingness to defend a pop, that I'll do that as well. I mean, that was NQ last week. I talked about that yesterday. NQ, basically these 880s, once it was finally lost after just nonstop bidding. I made a joke about Stowe buying it probably 420 times when it was correct to do so, right? But then it flipped now to resistance. Well, that's 6460s on ES. It's the same thing. So if we get a breakdown and they actually defend it from below, then that's your trouble spot. You're going to want to see a clean reclaim to want to be long after that on ES.
Pharm, your insights are golden as usual. Greatly appreciate you being here with us. Looking forward to talking to you tomorrow, and you have a fantastic day.
You too. We'll see you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. It is Tuesday, and we are ready to trade the open with Merritt Black. Merritt, good morning, man.
Good morning, Jim. How are you?
Good. You look relaxed.
I'm just trying to get on your level.
Oh man. Well, I've already had a couple of coffee. I was going to stop drinking coffee and move to tea. Couldn't make that transition. So now I'm back to a couple cups of coffee and an espresso in the morning. So I'm nowhere near relaxed, brother.
Giddy up.
Absolutely, man. So what's your general feeling, man, with this kind of slow crawl to nowhere in the equity markets?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Look, we have days that are rip-roaring trends and nobody knows that they're coming. We have days that are anti-rip-roaring sideways days and nobody knows that they're coming. I think sometimes it's easy to get caught up in, oh my goodness, this or that, but these things repeat themselves. They happen all the time. It's part of markets. We have sideways days where, you either have a bag of tactics that you can apply to different types of conditions, or you have a good enough process that takes advantage of trends when they're present and maybe loses money when markets go sideways, or you are really, really good at making money when the markets go sideways and you lose a little bit fighting trends, or you don't have any of that and you're a big mess. So it's just all about understanding the conditions and where they're changing and where your strategy is giving you edge. And so, who knows? Obviously the market is in an atrocious low volume, grindy back and forth mode in the indices. So, for me, that means be more selective. My edge comes from the edges, really play like a mean reversion until proven otherwise. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great observation. I mean, over the course of my long career, the paradigm of the market changes, day to day, week to week, month to month, right? Things change. There's different drivers. There's different, it takes a breath, it inhales, exhales. And, you develop a strategy, right, over a period of time, and it's working for you. That paradigm changes, and all of a sudden it stops working for you. And you're like, wait a second, I'm doing everything I was doing before. But the problem is you didn't recognize the fact that things have changed a little bit, and then you have to adjust, or you have to go to strategy B. I think that's key for
Right.
longevity.
Right. Absolutely. And I think where I've gotten to and what I prefer is having those different tactics and things that you can apply based on conditions. But there really is no shame in. I think a lot of traders have a hard time coming to grips with this, that it could be how they operate. Like, there's people who've had illustrious trading careers who simply know that when conditions are a certain way, they're not getting their fat pitches and they're losing a little bit probably over a month, 2 months. For longer term guys, that could be a quarter. I think it's important to potentially embrace that as a trader. I think it's a toxic mindset that a lot of retail people show up with, that like, I can show up today and make money, and then I'm supposed to show up tomorrow and make money, and I'm supposed to show up the next day and make money.
Yeah.
Not really, right? Depends on the conditions, depends on your strategy, depends on how diverse your bag of tricks are to be able to handle different volatility conditions and things like that. It could just be that you underperform for a bit, and that's what some of the best traders to ever do it do, and they've grown comfortable with that. So
Yeah. And it's just like looking at a long-term investment. I mean, my dad does this all the time. He logs into his investment accounts every day. It's like, and he calls me up. He goes, "Yeah, I lost $1,000 today. I made $1,000 today. I lost 5,000 today. I made 5,000 today." I'm like, "Dad, this is not, you're not trading this. This is an investment. This is going to keep going. But the point of the story is it's cyclical, right? It moves. And this don't you're killing yourself. It's a sport for him." I'm like, "Dude, you're killing yourself doing this every day. Stop calling me."
get back on the course, man.
I know. I know. In any event. All right. Well, speaking of that, excited about October for sure. Get to see you in October, and that's
I was just about to say the same thing. Really looking forward to meeting you in person, man.
yeah, it's going to be epic for sure. So, well, I'm going to go ahead and dip over into the chat. Wishing you the best of luck today, and more importantly, thank you for being here with us this morning. We are all ears, man.
All right, brother, let's get into it. Good morning, chat. How are we? Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, guys? AQ coming in hot. Explain your trade, please. Okay, let's do it. This trade is about to be not a trade. How about that? It's about to just poof, disappear. There we go. There is no trade. What trade are you talking about? Oh, me. No, we're just at the lower edge of the weekly. We're at the lower edge of the intraday. We are at the lower edge of a profile structural area. And so I took a stab long once we kind of tagged our lower standard deviation for the day. And, I'll look to potentially re-enter that and whatnot. And this is gold, by the way. The profile itself has quite a poor low. So the potential for stop run, as we're potentially seeing right now, as it just dropped a little bit there, and continues to. So anyway, so the stop run that we're witnessing right now is what I was referring to. That is a high potential. So for me, okay, let's see what happens here. Does this look like a stop run? Does it feel like a stop run? Let's pay attention to the speed of the tape. Let's see if buyers snap it back. Let's see what happens here. A poor low or a poor high is nothing more than multiple highs at the same general price area, give or take a handful of ticks, or multiple lows in the same area that occur. That's all it is, guys. A triple top is a poor high. A triple bottom is a poor low. Obviously, it all depends on what time frame you're looking at and where you're seeing those things. William, I can't say enough good things about SMB. Obviously, I had time there, and built a futures desk and whatnot. So if you're trading stocks, then I think S&P is a fantastic place to look for education and training. They are real ones there who aren't just educators or gurus or whatever. It's a real desk, real successful guys. So you can certainly learn a thing or two from them. Okay, so now the low is through. I'm looking at kind of 375.9 or something. In terms of kind of that low that I was looking at. So now we're nicely through there. So far, there's quite a bit of energy behind this, which is to be expected from the stop run, but it's not snapping back quickly. It's kind of hanging at the lows, and then there's another press. So might just be one of those things where this is actually a new break versus just a stop run through the area, and we won't take the trade. I think it's very important to understand identifying the difference there between just, from one extreme just to say, oh, I'm going to throw a limit order out here, and if it fills, it fills, right? It's not just all about price. I think that's the small edge and only additional edge that order flow and tape readers and whatever you call them bring to the table, which is differentiating. It's not just about the levels. It's not just about I'm bullish from here. It's about, okay, I'm bullish from here. What happens when we get there? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What is the speed, the energy, the delta, all of these things, right? That's the benefit of adding order flow to what you do. All right, buyers are coming in strong. I will say that. You see the delta, how it had pressed all the way to this low area here and then just absolutely snapped back. I think that's important to note right here at this low. For me, though, I really want to see something get back above and hold. Let's just call it 76. So we can highlight that level here. That's kind of the region where, for me, I don't really want to stick my neck out down here. We have elevated relative volume. We have sellers that are active. Granted, we have seen the buyers respond on the tape. For me, I want to play this safer. I want to see us get back above this area, and then I can find a pullback to hop on board. For some of my students right now, if you're listening on the back side of the trade, right, rather than just trying to be the hero and catch the front side, right here, I'm going to look for, man, I get that question every week. Why don't you just short it? Why don't you short it? I'll keep talking about my plan and what I'm looking at and whatnot. Check on the S&P, NASDAQ. Still in that tight range. You know, I should have asked Jim about this earlier. The old Dr. Copper. I've seen a setup or two in Copper, and after what happened, whenever it was, the tail end of July or whatever, in that market, it's kind of like, do I feel comfortable putting a position on in this widowmaker of a market? And the answer is no, I really don't. I know that any commodity is subject to a large dislocation, and it hasn't happened so much in my lifetime. But looking back through history, you can see markets that get stuck in limit up or limit down day after day after day type of situations. That is some nightmare fuel right there. Yeah, the only thing that's different about this is the production crew asked me to put my execution chart over on the right-hand side. So I've got it there. This is the same chart that used to be on the left-hand side. I just don't have the profile chart up right now. Buyers still lifting offers on this market. Look at this delta. The buyers have really responded since blowing out those stops into those lows. I like this question by Edwards here. Is it challenging as a good trader to participate in going long and short intraday? It could create biases, hinder objectiveness, and just becoming a chaser. Let's talk about that. I think that's really important, and we might actually get this trade, guys, if we can get back through here. And looks to me like it was just a much deeper, much lower, kind of taking out the, I suppose, the Globex lows and everything there, stop run than I'd anticipated. The buyers are definitely dominating this tape. I can't stick my neck out here and buy it yet, though. We'll stick with the plan. So I have four monitors, four 32-inch monitors. If I was just trading my own account, right? If I was just sitting at home trading alone, I would not have this many monitors and whatnot. I don't need it all. But I have to monitor my desk traders. I have students. I have a stream that I have going on right now. I have multiple things that I need to be able to monitor and keep track of on a second-to-second basis. So I need that screen real estate, okay? If I was just trading on my own, I'd probably have 2 of these monitors, and it would be more than enough. It'd be good. Okay, so back to that question. Well, Tracy, if you were paying attention, it was that stop run that we were saying was highly probable. And now the buyers are coming in more aggressively than the sellers were during the dump. And that's why we're retracing all of it and getting back above kind of where it started. Just clearing out weak hands would be my take on it. So I do want to answer this question. Going long and short intraday and how that can be confusing for people and bad for people, things like that. There's different ways to go about trading, as we know, okay? I think that 99% of good traders have a contextual view and then, let's say, an execution model to align them with that view. So whether that is a 30-second opening range like PAX uses, or whether that is a rank and distill NADRO higher time frame lines in the sand, like I come up with, you essentially have a bias that gets developed by some piece of context. If the bid gets above the opening range high and holds, that's a bullish context. You want long risk on, and then you have your execution model, which is where the stop goes and how you pay yourself as it goes, how you add, those type things. If that trade fails and gets below PAX's opening range, theoretically, he's going to be looking for shorts. He's short biased. He might hold some overnight till the next day, blah, 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 blah. It's not right or wrong to be long and short the same day intraday as a trader. It oftentimes is very wrong to be getting long and short from the same price region, because that means that you don't have a proper contextual line in the sand where that changes. If you're buying and selling in the same area, that means you don't have a contextual view. However, if price gets and holds above this level and you're buying, and then it gets and holds below this level after that failing and you're selling, that is more proper, I think. It could be the opposite. You could need to buy from a low area You could need to sell from a high area, right? It just depends on the context and the strategy and things like that. But that's important. You layer in the trade idea, the line in the sand, the contextual view, the hypo, and then you have the execution model. And those things are separate, guys. And there's real magic in that. And I just try to teach people that all the time. You know, thinking back to SMB trading stocks, right? It's like news catalyst, relative volume, right? All these type of things to give you the context of what stock to be in, whether it's bullish or bearish, those type things. And then you have execution with VWAP and held bids and offers and all these things, right? It's just, there's 150 ways to go about it, but this recipe kind of remains the same from my experience across really good traders. This delta is for the full Globex session. So starting yesterday at the exchange reset. Yeah, I agree, JD, about crude oil. Let's take a look. I tried to buy it once this morning right here, and then I think I scratched out of it right there. But I agree that crude oil is another setup that I like pretty well. Contextually. For my students on the call, it's yearly prior value low. It is, quarterly and monthly are the same, so it's a marginal quarterly, monthly, let's call it extreme fade. You'll have to watch out for the prior values there, but then the weekly's picture perfect here. Weekly prior value low, weekly developing value low. So this is a good spot. I'm going to put one on here and look to potentially add to it if it starts working out. So we'll just we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, guys, so there's been a bunch of questions about the market analyzer, and it's real estate on my screen, and now it's got a guy saying, hey, how did you switch tickers so fast? All you got to do is link the windows. You see how this window and this window have this blue instrument link? And then you do the same thing with the market analyzer. And so any of these symbols I click on, all my charts will immediately populate to that symbol. That's a best practice across every platform from anything, but obviously Ninja does it. SG says, no, don't long CL. You can go long, you can be long, but you cannot long. If you know, you know. I think a lot of the younger generation traders don't know that nomenclature. Whenever I see somebody who says that they longed something, I die a little bit inside. Oddly enough, it's acceptable to say that on the short side. You do short something, but you don't long something, guys. Act like you've been there before. Ron, I'm just not going to answer that. I'm not going to answer it. It's literally all over the chart. Just take a look, buddy. Ash, can I explain more of what? What would you like more of an explanation on? Dan says he's mediuming. I guess that could be something. Sometimes if a stream is blurry or something, guys, what you can do is you can navigate your mouse to kind of the lower end of it, right below the title, right where it says Bob Iaccino, and right below that, you just hit that little thumbs up button, and boom, it will give you the crystal clarity that you so seek on the screen. No, but in all honesty, you can go to settings, right? So just mouse over the window, hit the settings button and go to quality. And then rather than leaving it on auto or something, you can set it to that 1080p HD. But seriously, go give a thumbs up. Even if you just are here to troll me and don't like me, that's cool. But give a thumbs up for the channel. Give a thumbs up for the channel. Yeah, let's take a look at gold real quick. I see some people talking about it. Yeah, so it's just still back up to that area. I'm going to need to see it kind of get up in here, pull back. So it's going to be a minute before I potentially get a gold trade. I love you too, Video Starcade. Oh, man. Thank you. My prop desk has a YouTube channel, Apteros Trading, APTEROS, Apteros Trading. We have a website, apterostrading.com. We have a Twitter account, Apteros Trading. Frank, the little box here that shows the position information is something that one of the NinjaTrader crew whipped up. It's a custom study for all the people who stream on the channel to make it easier for you guys to see what's our position, what's the open P&L on it, things like that. No stop loss says bring back the DMIs. There's not a day that goes by where I don't get a request to bring back the DMIs. We had people literally passing our tryout, and I would as I said, I have a prop desk, and whenever someone passes our simulated paper trading tryout and is going to come on board our desk, which by the way is to trade live capital and be a part of a real desk, whenever they pass it, one of the first things we do is have a meeting with me. If you pass my tryout, I will hop on a Zoom call with you. I will get to know you. I will ask you questions about your trading so that I can begin my job as the owner and head trader of a prop desk to get to know you and your trading so that I can help you be even better than you would have been on your own. That is my job. So I have a Zoom call with anyone who passes our trial, start to get to know you, talk about the onboarding process, answer questions for you, things like that. So real quick, pause the story. The DMI is something that I did for years. I actually started it way back in the SMB days. It wasn't called that, but I put out, that's an acronym for Daily Market Insight. It's just my pre-market prep. And I would do it for the S&P every day. Bullish from here, bearish from here, targets here, where we think it can go, all those kind of things. It was quite good. So people say, oh, bring back the DMIs, please, because I stopped doing it. Now back to the story. I started coming across quite a few people who were passing the tryout coming onto the desk, and I would ask them about their process. And their process was, I use your DMIs and I trade this execution model on your DMIs. And I mean, bless them. That's awesome. But what if I get hit by a bus tomorrow? You have no edge. It's this is not sustainable, my friends. So I actually stopped doing the DMIs. So that's where we're at. I might bring them back at some point. You know, there's all kinds of ways to do that. Don't get near the bus, says Bill. Target on oil. I mean, up here at the upper end of the weekly is kind of the first place. So getting close to that 62.50 is a spot to look at. So over on the intraday chart, up in this area here. $63. Stop runs, if you want to hold a little longer, stop runs above 63.50. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 highs from like the 8th, 10th, 11th, 12th kind of area. Just depends on your trade management strategy, your style. More of an intraday trade for me here, looking to kind of take what I can. And again, this is just like I'm just putting on a contract here in this small account, seeing how it goes here. We'll look to maybe add to it, something like that. For order flow, so there's 2 different segments of order flow, guys. One, and the only one that I use, is on what trades were actually made in the market, where buyers and sellers said, yep, I'll do business. Lift an offer, hit a bid, a trade gets done. Think of like time and sales window, trades that get done. That is the only order flow that I use. You only have to have top of book, right? Some people call it trade flow. I think that's a fantastic name for it. You only need top of book data to do that. The other non-interesting side of the tape for me personally, I think Stowe, and when he comes on here in half an hour, I think he'll disagree with me, and we could pick his brain on that. That's one of the beauty of this channel and having different opinions and people you can learn different things from. I don't care for the, let's call it, advertised order flow. I'm willing to sell a bunch up here. I'm willing to buy a bunch up here. That you need market depth, full depth to be able to see. And I have never found much real useful information there. I think that a lot of the guys who really like trading on sophisticated domes are really, they enjoy seeing that pulling and stacking, right? More bids coming in, offers pulling, right? Would be kind of like path of least resistance up kind of thinking. Equities selling off. Copper down, gold still lifting. Soybeans with a drop. Natural gas is down. We'll see if our Texas tea can hang in there. Fat fish. All right, you see gold is now well back into this region, so we could actually stalk pullbacks to get the trade. S&P has not quite taken out those overnight lows yet. Look at the delta on that S&P. No, gold is just leaving us. No. What a rug pull. That's something that gold, silver, they are really, really good at doing is that exact type of thing. The cool thing about the delta is that initially we were saying, okay, I'm not trying to buy this bottom, I'm not trying to buy it. And then remember we talked about, look, okay, the buyers really started to snap it back. Look, the buyers are continuing and the buyers are pretty strong here. So, for me, it's just a matter of being able to kind of access the idea and whatnot, which I haven't, but we've had a good read on what was happening. It was a deeper stop run than I anticipated, but nothing crazy. We're almost up 10 cents in crude oil. Oh, crude. What happened to you? Back in the day when I traded crude, we would have been up 60 cents and down 60 cents, by now, rather than being in essentially a 10-cent range since we put the trade on. So my expectation for gold, let's just keep kind of narrating it, talking about it, teaching you guys things, giving you my view. My view for gold right now is that we will go take out these highs right here. And I don't like to use the word will, but what I'm saying is that is when you're trading NADRO, we trade what is. We don't trade what we think might happen, what should happen, what some analysts said will happen. There is none of that. So I want to be very careful with my words, just like we don't say, I longed some crude oil. What is happening right now in gold is that we knew there was stop run vulnerability at the lows. We've now seen that happen. I needed to see a snap back into this region, back into a structural area, right? A multi-day composite profile area. It was from the lower extreme of the weekly developing value. And so we've now gotten what market profile practitioners would refer to as a nice excess on the low. It's a good low, right? And so now it becomes about execution, about entering, and the expectation based on our laws of market dynamics that we teach in NADRO is that if we fail from this lower end, we'll rotate up to this upper end. So on the weekly developing value, that's 91.5. On the market profile, it is right at like 90. So that 90, 91, 92 area, which is just, by the way, right above the what I believe is the Globex highs for the session. So it's pretty nice, nicely confluent. Well, let's not look at gold because every time we don't have the chart book up, it moves wildly. So let's go away from it. Let's just look at crude oil stuck in the mud. And that way we'll get some good activity in gold. What are you using for your standard deviation on your chart? You mean like the name of the indicator or the math, or what do you mean? So you can see the names of it on the chart. Order flow VWAP, right? The indicators are listed at the top of the charts. Yes, sir. The crude trade. So let me see here. Crude has yearly PVA, extreme fade, monthly, weekly, DVA and PVA. Let's call it, 4 good items. Whereas gold doesn't have the yearly. It does have the monthly DVA and PVA, and then it had the weekly, and it's got structure. So it's a toss-up, but it's, look, trade ideas are a bit more complex for me than, a singular reference like an opening range trade or a moving average or something. To me, it's a mashup of 4 different long-term VWAP timeframes and periodicities, and then profile structures from recent days. And I mix and mash all that together to come up with the view. I handle where things don't agree, and I look to where things do agree, and I try to piece all that together in what we call the skill of ranking and distilling all those different timeframes and references into what is the most probable, what is the clearest picture we can see, where's the strongest narrative, as we call it. So crude is mean reversion across all the timeframes that it agrees with, and so is gold. So they are very, very similar plays. They're both mean reversion plays. You're welcome. No sound because I'm not talking. I think the audio is good. What do you mean nat gas is straight up? Oh, just straight up mean. I got you. I was like, looks more like straight down. Yeah. Yeah, nat gas is can be a wild market. I believe its volatility typically picks up in the wintertime. But yeah, nat gas can be a bucking bronco for sure. Oh, for sure. I mean, Joe, we might have to call Dr. Copper the Widowmaker now. I mean, my goodness. Some some financial lives were ruined recently in copper. So as I sit in a trade in which I've taken literally 0 ticks of heat since timing it up and walking through my narrative and what's going on, Mike Allen wants to hop in the chat and let us know that NQ got the prior day low retracement into new low. I'm done. No offense, Merritt, but I don't know what you're doing. Oh, man. I love you guys. So let's see. The prior day low in NQ was the pit session low around 719. From a short-term trading perspective, you know, that's absolutely what we would, if you're just looking at yesterday's nice balanced profile, which I think a lot of people probably were, it makes sense. You know, it's like, here, let me get my drawing tool out. So, you know, the kind of the gold trade and the crude trade and whatnot is, here is a distribution, right? Here is an area of consolidation, right? And these looks below this region are failures, right? Or you could think of it, well, yeah, I'm not going to say that. They're failures and a reversion back to it, and then maybe a retest and then go, right? Failure, reversion back to it, no retest on this time frame and go. Failure, I'm kind of looking for a little retest and go. That's the opposite of potentially a level where you break down, like yesterday's very balanced profile in NQ. You break down, you get the retest, and then you go. That's a great trade. So in NADRO speak, these are called return pullbacks because they are returning to the distribution after failing from outside. And these are called breakout pullbacks because they are a breakout of the distribution and a pullback to test it. So return pullbacks and breakout pullbacks are it's not rocket science, right? But if you piece that together across different time frames and use it, it can really be a great foundation for your playbook and coming up with some places that are good to trade from in terms of trade location, having an idea if a market is bullish or bearish. These are a lot of NADRO concepts here that we lean on every day. No, Isaac, I mean, trust me, this is coming from a guy who used to be totally focused on higher highs and higher lows, lower lows and lower highs. It's too myopic. The perfect pattern of higher highs and higher lows or lower lows and lower highs breaks without the actual meaningful context breaking. How you're syncing up the time frames is very complicated compared to having a contextual higher time frame view of where are we relative to this distribution. If you're, you know, if you're potentially bearish, well, guess what? It's probably going to be a series of higher highs and higher lows that we're looking to short, right? Depending again on what time frame you're looking at. All right, crude oil getting a pop here. We're up 26 whopping cents in it. Coming from someone, me, who used to trade higher highs and higher lows, and that used to be kind of my structure and whatnot. I know Chris does this and whatnot. For me personally, I found a better way of operating that was less myopic with the granular individual rotations. Oh, Mike, yeah, it's all good, brother. I just thought what you said was really funny. Merritt, I don't know what you're doing. You know what I mean, Isaac? There's a next level from pure higher highs and higher lows analysis. And I think it can help. I know it was helpful for me, and I think it could be helpful to a lot of people to get a little bit beyond that. Good morning, Nick. S&P still stuck in yesterday's balance. And in fact, in my eyes, the sellers were quite weak. Let's go to a volume-based chart here. Oh man, every time. You see this low, which is into the lower edge of the range from the past 2 days, and you see how little selling there was in it, and then the buyers ripped faces off. So that's what I meant on that low. So it's interesting, kind of a divergence there between the S&P and NASDAQ. Not that I think that that's a tradable, usable signal or edge there. But NASDAQ broke below yesterday's balance, retested it, and made a new low. Sellers not super active there. The delta is actually pretty sideways for the session, so not like a super dominant type of bid. I'm not sure what some of like the market internals look like. But anyways, no signals for me at the moment with my process for the indices, which is why you've seen me trade other markets this morning. So Stowe's going to be on in like 5 minutes. Let's try to guess what NQ price he's long from before he comes on. Let's play a game. I want to see it in the chat. Whoever's closest to what price, not Price is Right rules, just absolute closeness to Stowe's long level, I will give you the $3,000 NADRO course and access to our community for a year. No, you get to pick scalping course or NADRO course. You get to pick. I don't know how, hang on a second. I don't know how we're going to go through these numbers and figure this out. You guys are going to have to let us know. I have never done this before. If the NinjaTrader crew knows how to do this or help me with this, that'd be awesome, because I feel like I messed up here. If you put in more than one number, you're disqualified. What a mess I've created. Oh, me. Oh, and did you guys not hear the other part? You have to hit the thumbs up button. If you have not hit the thumbs up like button, you are not eligible for the win. What happened to this chart? Oh, it must be a data load setting. Go back to time-based. Oh, candles. Yuck. Oh, thickness. Yuck. Okay, so quite the retrace here in crude. We made it to the +1 standard deviation and have retraced the whole move. I'm still laughing at this pick Stowe's position. Oh man. And did you guys read the terms of the giveaway? If he's not in a position when he comes on stream, each of you who made a guess owe me $100. That was the deal. Stowe's Discord is blowing up right now with guys being like, flatten your position, enter it on 3 right now, and let me put in that number. I'll cut you in. Okay. The game right now, if you haven't participated yet, you can only enter once, and you have to give a thumbs up like to the channel, is to guess what position, what price Stowe will be long in queue from. If he is, I have no idea. And if you're the closest, it's not Price is Right rules. You get one of the Apteros courses of your choosing and a year access in the community. So you have like 15 more seconds to get your guess in, and then we're closing the bets. Uh-oh, there he is.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I have horrible news.
Oh no.
I've only taken 2 trades and they've both been short.
No. L's in the chat.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
So nobody wins. I'm in a
No.
continuation one now. I don't know. It's feeling like I'm gonna get popped on this one, but yeah, I had a really, really good one out the gate after this opening drive was just, a pure bloodbath. So yeah.
So talk to me about, so bearishness is not something that is usual for you. You tend to lean long. Where's the bearishness coming from today?
Well, that opening drive was just like, insane. So I'm not ever going to try to fight those candles on the way down.
Okay.
My rule with trying to catch bearish continuation now is that I wait until either VWAP itself and a predetermined level, or the +1 on the retrace. This is coming back on me. So that is where I took my initial trade. I got short at 726, and then I trailed
Beautiful.
out of it at 667. So
Yep.
very
Beautiful.
good. Yeah, that's plenty for me for a short. Now we're coming back up to this 23,700 spot. So, and there's a bunch of absorption here. I entered, got stopped, entered again, got profit on. Ultimately, I'm trying to get to 23,620. But I don't know. We may have already gotten there. Also, ES is on its own
That's
wavelength
right.
today,
Yeah,
too,
ES still
so-
hanging out in balance land, pushing highs actually.
Right. So I'm quite confused. Yeah.
Look, man, there's a different group of companies that comprise the tech world and the largest 500 capitalized, other companies. Like, the fact that they might do slightly different things at times means that, like, everyone's just not drooling and arbing them to be the same thing. It's good. They're slightly independent markets. I think retail traders tend to forget that like, oh, one's up, one's like up more or up less. It's like, well, there's different companies that comprise those indices.
Yeah. There's also some wacky stuff going on the book too. There's like this 1,000 lot guy on ES has been around yesterday, quite a bit. And I see him playing similar games again today. So I'm just watching that too.
Watching you, buddy.
Interesting. 64 again. Right in the middle of that. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Weird one. I can't. Yeah, it's very odd for me to watch ES be this strong. While NQ is this deep in its feelings, even though I know they're comprised of different things and stuff, but this is pretty gnarly divergence. A new high for ES, even.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. What the hell do I know? Yeah, maybe this was low enough. This 640 spot was also, something that I know you and I look at. It's the previous week. 2 down, which is, odd for it to get back below that on a, I'm going to get stopped there, on a Tuesday. So that's a pretty big extreme.
Previous week 2 down. I'm sorry, what's that?
Yeah, so that's where the previous week, second standard deviation down closed.
Interesting. No, that's not something I keep up with, actually.
Oh, you don't look at that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I see it on charts, but yeah, for me, prior week's value is in between the plus and -1.
Okay, cool.
In terms of any references from the prior period, that's the only one I look at. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I like to look at that on. I'm trying to watch this here. I like to look at that on at least Monday and Tuesday, for sure, before the current week has developed, just to give me an idea of like where we're at.
A sense of like extremes relative to last week's kind of normalcy. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, just trying to get a roadmap. I might get back in here. See if I could step on a little bit.
What would need to change for you in this market today to turn bullish, to, something like that?
Oh, well, if we can get back up, if this is going to be a true trend reversal and, this is going to completely change context, we get back in this top band, we get back above this 730 guy. I guess I consider that bullish, but I mean, we've put in all this volume down here. So I don't know. A lot's going to happen. We're going to have to leave all of this structure behind. And I just don't see that. I don't see that happening just out of nowhere. So it's gonna take some serious movement for me to start being bullish again today.
Okay.
So I might have the fewest of trades ever. It's certainly possible.
There's days for that, baby.
Yeah, it might be today. We'll see. I was talking to my friend the other day, and we were talking about we trade kind of the same. And he was like, "Yeah, so it's the same thing, except with with shorts, I find my stop loss is usually the best entry." And I was like, you know what? I find that to also be very true. And so I've had that in the back of my mind today, as I'm getting into these short continuation trades, or at least attempting to.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe this 730 spot's a better entry than this.
Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging.
Yes, a new low would be encouraging. Not that I want that, but it would be. Let's see if they're going to keep going. So much absorption here, 720. Trying so hard. What are you going to do? ES hit his previous day high.
I'm so sorry, chat, about the giveaway. I'm so sorry. we
Did anybody guess
everybody
that I was
was
short?
hyped.
Did even
We
a
were
single
rizzing
soul?
each other up. It was like everything. And then you came in and you were like, "I'm short."
Yep.
We'll try something else again. I'll have to come up with something. Oh man. I like where crude oil's at, for me personally.
Okay.
And
yeah, sorry. Let me.
I've just been sitting in this one play ever since we kind of made this nice low, started the turn. The timing is not perfect, but it's perfect enough for how good the idea is.
Okay.
So the plan was to kind of put on like a starter position and look for spots to kind of get bigger in it. But man, crude is just kind of slow. But the rotation, I mean, look at these rotations, man. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yep.
So it's at a good spot.
So much bid.
You have a different aura about you when you're in short mode.
Yeah, it sucks. I hate it. But I mean, yeah, this is the part of the game that is definitely a challenge for me. Like even these are good spots. I may have just not taken it fast enough. The speed at which I take those trades is also always a problem. There we go. Yeah, now it's just stacking up. Let me see what ES is doing. Back to its previous day high.
ES just
ES is so strong.
Pushing.
Did not run its overnight low. Overnight highs at 64.78. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if 730 was a better entry for this short, which it may have been. This is such a wild first 5 minutes. The other reason that I stayed very on the fence is I find when that 5 minute opening range is this big, I tend to get destroyed in the first 15 minutes. So that's another clue I use as a sit on my hands situation.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wide 5 minute OR leads to. Can you nail it to something specific that like leads to lower performance for you when that happens?
It's just usually I'm trying to either usually I'm trying to get on the trend too late, or I'm trying to buy it before it turns around. If something is that aggressive that it's going to have an opening drive that strong. I mean, how big was this one? 770 to 660. Yeah, so like 100 points. Yeah. That is a huge 5-minute opening range, especially compared to, I mean, that was the whole day yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, oh my gosh, what are you doing up here? I'm going to take myself out of one because it is spending too much time up here. And then we can either get stopped out or we're going to retrace the thing. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean that 730s is the level, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even up to 740.
They put a ton. Yeah, the overnight lows right there too. It's not. Yeah, I'm not in it at the world's best spot here, so I might need more than one shot, but that's okay.
I find that trades from the location you're at right now on the ETH Globex VWAP and bands, right?
Yeah.
Which is from the smack dab middle. That's where you get these duking it out, chop fest type of things, and the movement can be a lot less clean, right?
Yeah, it's a busy place.
Yeah.
It's like trying to, yeah, this happens to me whenever I try to get into a trade at like around the IB. What a freaking nightmare that is.
Oh, really? Around the IB high or low? For the
Yeah,
first hour IB?
Yeah.
Huh.
I always find myself getting banged around trying to position, and then it usually takes me out and goes. We're just going to chill in this node now? Is that what we're doing? Up only again?
This is it for the rest of the day. Just node chilling.
ES did it too. ES just cruised right up here, and it's just perfectly happy to sit in its previous day high. I've usually got an ES trade or two on by now, but I do not. I haven't touched that thing either. There you go.
I mean, technically ES hasn't broken out of yesterday's chop fest range.
Yeah.
It is, however, starting to build some volume at the top end.
Yes. Yes, it is.
All right, Q, a little delta flip, as you guys call it. Sellers starting to press a little.
Yep. Can you see something more than this?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. So I know you're not a cumulative delta guy, but
yeah,
the opening drive, this move from 770 down to 660, dude, it had minus 1,300 net delta. That's not very much energy behind that thing.
Right.
And then like you retrace all of that on the retrace, and then the new low had even less delta behind it. And now it's just gone into this like sideways delta fizzle. So it's not trading the healthiest, let's call it, in terms of the way I view order flow relative to price movement and whatnot.
Right. Well, man.
But that was a good little burst of selling that you just saw on the move away from that node.
So what I'm watching here is this is what was annoying up here. We had this, passive selling versus passive buying. Now, if they can leave this behind, then I'm interested in this continuing lower. So now,
absolutely.
Now I need to see
14
this.
being the lower edge of it, kind of, that it could easily retest, but it doesn't need to start to hold above 14. Is that how you view it as well?
Yeah. We're also back below the previous day low. We're still below the overnight low.
Oh, if this,
just trying to check these off.
Yeah, if this day is going to be a down day, then like I said, 730s is the line in the sand. It is the spot. And so I totally love what you're doing here.
Typically, if it's going to be a down day, one of the rules is that I'm not allowed to participate in it. So I might need to get off of this trade first, and then it can go.
That's funny.
It's just a rule. It's the rule of the market. I don't make.
Oh, I love the thing where it's like let me go buy one MES real quick so that you
Right.
can
Yeah.
get a
Yes.
fantastic sell-off.
Yeah. So it's at this time that I'm like, okay, well, I've got two things in my brain at the same time, right? So opening drive down. We've retested this key spot. We've rejected it. I'm short, but I still have like the long play in my brain as if I was still in it. So
What's the variables for the long play though? I don't recall hearing that from you.
Oh no. So like, so this is all I'm watching here is this a context shift? So are we walking this move back up now? Or, yeah, so I would have expected a nice bounce here and we didn't get it. So that's encouraging still. So if we can go down and make a lower low here, actually, I'll drag this down. If we can make a lower low here and run this, then I'm going to be encouraged to stay on this short a little longer. But I'm also going to manage it very, very tightly because I tend to get snapped out of these things.
For my view of from my view on the ETH bands, I know you're an RTH band guy.
Yep. No, tell me yours too. They both work, dude.
Yeah, for sure. We established a downtrend early. We got the pullback to the -1. It made the new low. Your prior trade, I think you were in where it was like putting in that one little node. That was the ETH trying to hold its imbalance down, as we call it, its downtrend. That failed. We ran to VWAP. So this low right here into 79 area is now the bullish line in the sand for a move to 767.
Yeah.
So that's what that intraday DVA says.
Okay. That's good to
know.
That's good
But on the RTH, you're short from the upper extreme, and hey, let's go push the lower extreme, right?
Right. That's the
all right.
theory.
My crude oil trade getting a bounce from the -1.
Sick.
So that's what we like to see.
ES is so strong. Holy Moses. Look at that thing. Oh, it's happening. Let's go. No, you can't play that unless I'm in the trade. It's not fair. Merritt, they have so many sound bites. I know they made you a cat one day, but they've definitely got a billion sound bites.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't even remember saying most of this shit.
Clip that one.
Yeah, right?
You just did it.
Yes, Sir VWAP. We do need ES to cut. Yeah, also, sorry. Good morning, chat. I haven't said anything to the chat. Hello. Good morning.
We're working here.
We're working here. Being in a short is more work than being in a long. That is for sure.
You are clenched.
Yes. Give me that XY soundbite. That's
My
what I
ass is
need.
clenched. I'm telling you guys.
I'm telling you, bro.
I'm telling you guys. Yeah, well, do you feel
I mean,
like
it
that
is
some
funny
days.
though. You have ES at the line in the sand relative to yesterday's distribution. I'd call it, let's call it 71.
Yeah.
It's forming a breakout pullback to the upside, where NQ has the breakout pullback to the downside off the lower edge of the distribution.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's very weird. I don't like it.
I love it. Chaos. Bring it.
It is. It's certainly chaos. I do feel properly gaslit by the market today. 100%. Did we have like a Fed speaker or something? Yeah, we did it.
My
10.
target is around that 6250 to just traverse the weekly developing value area. That's really the play here for me intraday. I think it'll be telling in crude oil if we are unable to hold anything. I'll get my little drawing tool out here. Outside of here and here where I'm in from, right? If all of a sudden we take a peek up there and fail and come in and maybe the sellers get really aggressive or something, I'll probably try to work some kind of exit near the upper end of this range rather than going for a little bit more. My target's only up into the 6250 area here. So that's kind of my plan. Right now, I'm just trying to secure, I've secured the good trade location. I've taken, 0 ticks of heat on it. It was good timing. It's a good trade location in terms of trade idea, narrative. And that's the management plan. Yeah, Joe, I don't know if you speak NADRO or whatnot, but yeah, the weekly development value high traversal is what I'm looking for.
It's like I don't know if it's like Klingon. I don't know if you speak Klingon, but yeah, no, that's so funny. We take all that stuff for granted all the time. All these the acronyms and things that we've created
my
to
goodness.
explain what
I'm
we're
sure
up to.
you OFL guys are the same. Like you can talk
Yep.
for 10 minutes and if someone were to walk into that room, they would be like, what are these guys saying? It's the same with us.
Hey, morning, Tracy. Oh, we got everybody in here. Morning, Splug. Good morning. Good morning, Bean. Bean, what are my thoughts here? Well, they're mixed. Just like these stupid markets. NQ's doing one thing, ES is doing the other thing. So I'm short this spot in NQ, looking for continuation lower. That was so much selling, but yeah, ES has got its own stuff to do. If ES loses all this selling that it's attempting here, I don't know.
Good morning, Shab.
This was all like...
Okay, so...
Good morning, Shab. Good morning. Good morning.
Please check natural gas, extreme fade, monthly -2, quarterly. Well...
You got the Widowmaker pulled up? You got that on your chart book?
I'm checking it now.
I do not.
Yeah. That's -2, extreme fade. What is this doing?
Just a passive bid, just sitting here in these 6470s on ES, just happy.
I think in natural gas, I would like to, because this is a stop run through last week's lows and the very, very poor looking low, I would play it safe. I would look for the snapback back above 2.776, and maybe even something that starts to hold back in let's call it 2.782. I think if you start to stabilize and hold back above that area, you've got all that room, as you were pointing out, how it's on extreme lows for the year, extreme lows for the month. If you can wait for the lower time frame, defer to the lower time frame, wait for the weekly to give you something, because this is it's a substantial imbalance down right now, even intraday, right? So wait for that to stabilize and change, maybe show you that it can hold above something, maybe the 3-day CVA from August 12th. And then I think it makes sense where you've got something to lean on for the mean reversion on a lot of the higher time frames. That would be my 2 cents.
Yes, NQ at this critical spot as ES tries to hold the high. Trying to make sense of what they may be doing in concert at the moment. So they're both like at different inflection points. One would be NQ goes lower while ES retraces through its value area, which both would make sense. But man, somebody just bought the hell out of 6470s and continue to do so. So that passive bid's going to need to go away in order for that to go lower. Yep. All right. I'm just going to have to hold this, Merritt. I'm just going to have to put my hands somewhere else.
I love the analogy of, whoa. I love the analogy of once you're in a trade, you're the college dude at a party that's had 8 beers and your buddy's like, we're going to get some late night tacos. Can you drive? Yeah, I can drive. Yeah, I'm good, right? Well, you're not, buddy. You're not.
Nope.
That is someone trying to make a audible, important trade decision after you've put the risk on and after, like, in those emotional moments. It's like, I love that analogy. You're not that guy, pal, says Chris. That's right.
I'm also, yeah, I guess also in this analogy, I'm not drinking beer. I'm drinking like some drink I've never had before because I'm
Right,
short instead
right.
of long. So it's like, I don't know. I've only had 9 tequila sunrise. Can I drive? Probably not.
Well, Mad Dog.
Oh, Mad Dog. Indeed.
Was it
That is
40
some
40
college
or
stuff.
2020? What was
Mad
it?
Dog 2020. Yeah.
2020.
Ugh.
Ugh.
There was this bar. I lived in Cleveland for several years, and there was a bar called Now That's Class that specifically sold Mad Dog 2020. And
Now that's class.
yep, that's it. It's not, obviously, it's not a very classy place. That was it was Rodney Dangerfield themed in a lot of ways, but
That's cool.
all right. Now we're gonna watch. So, we're at the bottom here.
Yep. Yep. -1 RTH.
Let's see. So we can get into it. There you go. There you go. It's okay. You can go lower. No big deal. There we go. Ha! Have some of that, market. Nice. Merritt, it is a Christmas miracle right now. I'm in a short
Yeah.
for real. Chat, look at
Sellers
this.
just stepped on it.
Yes, they did. Yep, ES did the thing. NQ did the thing. A new low would be encouraging. Nice. Violence. Holy Moses. Look at this guy.
-2.
All right, so this is really all I was looking for is a 620 spot. So I'm good. That's plenty. Holy crap. What an emotional journey that was.
Great trade.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful.
It was, let's go back to that, guys. Let's learn a little something in the chat here from Stowe. He understood the context. He understood the trade location. I would argue that the entry and how it set up for him was not picture perfect. It was a little messy. If you go back and look, he was really threatened with how it was building that node, and there was a lot of volume building right there.
Oh, yeah.
He had the S&P, giving him the middle finger right in his face.
He was
And
holding a knife to me at the moment, Merritt.
he just knew how to handle himself. He knew it was a good trade location. It first started to come out of that node. We saw a little selling on the tape. We talked about the level that we would not, not that I'm trading for him or whatever, but we kind of talked about, I forget what it was, 14 or something, that if it started to get back into that area, that was not a good sign. It never threatened it. So he was able to just sit back and see if it played out, and boom. So
Yep.
I think a masterclass there versus a normal trade where maybe it's on the long side, maybe he's more comfortable, maybe it's a really good washout low where he really feels confident, the delta flips and everything really nicely, versus that from the middle area muddy type of thing. Anyways, I just think that there was a lot for you guys at home to learn from how Stowe carried himself through that particular sequence. Well done.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that was sketchy. But most good short trades that I'm in are. It's just like a thing I need to figure out how to get comfortable with. How to get comfortable with being insanely uncomfortable.
It's part of trading, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. That, yeah, so much was in line up there. And actually it was nice just going down to one lot and being like, this is the whole trade. Let's just try to do that instead of worrying about scalping it. So that's good. That's something for me to take too, that I haven't really, I don't know if I've done that, especially with the short. But yeah, I really I committed to that. I feel good. I feel good about that. Cool. All right, now I'm gonna breathe for a second. Now, if we lose this balance low, this is gonna be even more interesting. It's got a lot lower to go. We joked about this on the stream the other day that like normally when I think it's time to sell, that's the opposite. But I think we might have had that high time frame stuff come into play. Merritt, you avert your eyes because the ugly chart is coming up on my side. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. When we lost that monthly band, dude. When we lost that monthly band yesterday, it was so sad. Now we're all the way. Let's see, 534 is monthly VWAP. So that's, I don't know. How do you do the same thing with monthly developing stuff for current month?
Absolutely. So, you know, I've got the upper at 867, and that's where we well, in fact, it goes back to there was a 2-day balance, August 13th and August 14th.
Okay.
The 15th broke that balance down. So that sets
Mm.
the tone for some value migration lower, at least on some time frames. And by the
Yeah.
way, the upper end of that 2-day balance was at the weekly development value high, which was
Yep.
around 964 at the time.
Yeah.
So we break down that balance at the lower edge of 895. It traverses the weekly to its lower edge. That was low of day Friday. That's what we got to around 739. 739, by the way, we've been talking about 740 today, the 730s. That's the lower edge of last week's value, as we mentioned. The monthly is now broken down from 867 or whatever. So there's like you said, there's a lot there for some downside. I will point out that the quarterly is not your friend. I'm not sure if that's one you keep up with.
Nah, that's too tight. Yeah, it's too high time
that's
frame
that's
for me.
very swing time frame, very disconnected from what's going on. But I occasionally like to take swings, and I like to be aware of what those higher time frames are showing. But from a micro monthly perspective, from a weekly perspective, from a market profile, CVA structure perspective, it all has checked out, and it's all been a very easy to read story from those references since the 14th.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's see if we can get, yeah. So now this is kind of the time of day where we at 10:30. Yeah. So this is the time of day where I watch for actual trend to exist, or I don't know, those 620s. That was really all I wanted. So if we're going to stay in this bottom band, if we're going to reject all of this volume up here, this is kind of the time that I expect that to happen. So now I'm watching for trend to continue into the London close. I don't know if it's going to go down
Another difference between these markets is that holy Delta crude oil.
Somebody partying. I gotta figure out how to make your screen bigger on my thing here. Maybe get rid of this. Nope. There we go. Okay. Nice. Oh, I see. Yeah. Wow.
Huh. So I had noticed while you were talking about other markets, I was watching my trade, and I'd noticed that if you see where my crosshair is, I know it's hard for us on the stream here, by the way, me and Stowe, to talk with our mouse because there's a delay between our words and the visual of what we're looking at. It, like when you said that's enough for me, I was looking at the stream, waiting to see if you had actually like exited the position. Anyways.
Oh, yeah.
So there was some selling that started to creep into this market. You see the delta start to press down, but it was being held. Somebody somewhere, some shop said, we've been wanting to sell. All of a sudden, we have a iceberg we can absolutely slam. So that's what just happened right there is they said, fine, we'll take 1,000 contracts, please, in crude oil, guys. And it didn't move the market a tick.
That's wild.
Yeah. So I don't watch it. I don't have a dome up. I don't see that. I don't have a footprint. I don't have delta at horizontal levels, but I can see that the way I use these tools.
Okay, 620. What you gonna do?
I think based on what's going on here in this market, I am going to move my stop near these lows because we put in this kind of inverse head and shoulders. We have the excess there. I don't want us knocking on this door again, and I do not like what I'm seeing on the tape, so I'm going to get a little protective here.
My word. This thing is pissed.
Oh, I was going to say earlier before the Delta made me think that I was about to have a margin call. The S&P, you remember how you were talking about the NASDAQ starting to hold under those monthly levels?
Yeah.
The S&P is forming what we call an imbalance pullback. It's above the levels, pulling back to it as support.
Yes, it is. That's the weirdest part about what's going on.
Yep, that's really setting the tone for the difference, I think.
Previous week low down here still. So we're not like, that's the other thing I try to keep in mind. We're not selling. I mean, this is a lot of selling, but we're not getting anywhere too weird.
Yeah,
You know?
it's definitely not a risk off, blood in the streets type of down move. That's for sure.
Yep. All down moves tend to, vibe the same for me like that, where it just feels like, whoa. I remember 2022, and that was not a fun time. 2021 maybe, whatever bear market that was, and yeah, that the pure violence of that. ES is still holding this 64 spot. What is this? What is this thing doing? Some
I
dude must
glanced
have
at S&P. I was fully ready to trade nothing but S&P today.
Yeah.
And every time I glanced at it, I've been like, nope. Like the little meme where the little stick drawing is poking it with the stick, you know?
Yeah. I guess this isn't really that far. It's NQ's only down 100 and it's only 166 point range. I guess this isn't that crazy.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'll watch for ES to bounce here at 62 or right here.
I'll tell you what I don't like about that. It's the fact that we peak and the S&P peaked above yesterday's balance and has failed hard.
Mm-hmm.
There were no buyers on that last bounce from like 62 up to, the upper, the +1. There were no buyers behind that. And here we are pressing again. I always pay attention to what got us here to where we are. Not just like the exact variables at the hard right edge, but a little bit of what's the story? How did we get here to where we are?
Yeah.
And a lot of times when you've got a failure out of one side, it's not great for any type of buyable moment, all right, after a failure out of the upper end, at least, to just go for it. But again, Stowe's a big enough boy here to say, that's cool, Merritt, I'm long. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're able to do that with each other here.
No, for sure. This is also ES this is another strange, weird thing that happened today. That often does not happen. ES opened above its London opening range and NQ opened below its London opening range. And that I can't remember the last time that happened. So that's another weird thing that, all right, now as we come back up into this, I want to watch to see if the seller steps in. We might short the low, chat. We might short the hole. Everybody hold on to your butts. If anybody's got to short the hole and get stopped, it's me. So the market gods demand it. Where are you gonna be? You gonna 62. Waiting, 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 waiting. All right, we'll try it. Seller did step back in right there at 620. Our fill sucks though. Gotta get
Chat,
through
I got
this.
my finger on the trigger to scratch out of this crude oil position. The sellers are absolutely relentless, and we have not seen any of them get trapped because of the absorption and squeeze. They have just continued to pile in here. So I got my finger on the trigger to bail on this.
All right, we got one off for 15.
Nice.
And I don't know. The hell's down here? I guess we're going for 533. That's fine.
I mean, we could revert into monthly VWAP around 540.
Yeah.
I have a recent structure high 530.
I think I choose 551 for my target. Nice little round.
It's a good
guy.
front run. That's a good
Yes,
front run.
Yes. I like to front run a little bit if I can. Especially on a
would
short.
Also be a little stop run just through last week's lows at, well, we're actually just testing those right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like 86, 586. Let's see. Oh, nasty work. There you go.
Relative volume over the past handful of 3-minute candles, say the past 5 or 6 3-minute candles, are running at roughly 200% of what's normal over the past 20 days for those specific 3-minute periods of the day.
Okay, ES finally got to its overnight low. So that's something. What the hell time is it? 10:45. Okay. All right. We got time. I don't want to be a D for these final T's, Merritt. That's fine. That's fine.
I agree with it.
All right, cool.
Hanging out well below the -2 there. It's tough to ask for much more than that.
Yes. Yeah.
That type of a windfall type of the way that it got there. I agree.
I mean, I had to take that trade at the -2. That's sketchy. Sketchy.
That's not in my playbook. I'll tell you that. That's cool.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It could still keep going lower, but I gotta make that's good. That's a process win. I saw Jared's gonna do another stream, so that's cool. Have you ever talked to that guy, the Jared Tendler guy?
No, but I'd like to.
Yeah, he was very cool. Lots of poker knowledge, that guy. I like anybody with a lot of poker knowledge. But he's gonna do another show.
I used to multi-table.
That's cool. That's cool. His new his show. I'm excited to see him talk to somebody else. But my big takeaway from my session with him was try to find a process win every day, not necessarily a win-win every day. That way,
Bro, that's one of the things that we teach in the mental framework section of the NADRO course is redefine what it means to win.
Yep.
Redefine it. I love that.
if you're going to be your own boss, you have to be able to define your own success, because you're just ultimately, we're on an island doing this. So
Yeah.
that might have been a good cover. Let's see.
Buyers have been the ones trying since you exited right there. So
Yeah. ES now struggling with its previous day low. It's all of a sudden they're making sense again. All of a sudden they're back on the same team. Yeah. I don't know. These two, they fight all the time.
the question is, because we mentioned it a lot, okay? The question is,
Yeah.
does it help you make money? The commentary about, oh, this one's here and this one's here and they're kind of different. Does it help you make money? Did it help you at all today?
Oh yeah, for sure.
How?
So I liked. So I was in when I was in my first position short. This is when, okay, so just in general, opening drive down, insane. Wait for my +1 retest. I got that first trade off. So we were in the second one, this one right here. That is when ES was at its previous day high, and it had built like the big capital P up there, right? And that was a bunch of two-way trade from 64.75 to 64.72. There was a bunch of passive selling on the top, a bunch of passive buying on the bottom. And so whenever I see really tight two-way trade like that, that is clear inflection point. So I knew that based on, you know, how much volume we had spent down here in NQ all day, if we were going to leave all of this behind, ES was going to have to ram new highs. Whereas if ES lost that selling that it was trying to push through that passive bid in the lower 64.70s, that was a ton of room for both of them to retrace through their values. Even though ES was stronger and was making new highs, it was still kind of in like a similar buyer seller inflection point that NQ is in up here.
Yeah,
And
so what I'm hearing from you there is that the relative dislocation actually didn't matter. The only thing that you've presented that mattered was it was also in a tight node similar to what in Q was in. Maybe the carrot there is, if it broke down because it was relatively higher, it could provide some type of more fuel for NQ selling off for your position. Is that the crux of it?
I don't know. I mean, it's just like buyers and sellers were both doing the same thing, even though they were both in different spots, not just in like their day, but in but in price too. But it didn't really matter. I just saw I guess the best way to put it is I saw the potential for the risk to reward to exist, because I knew that if this was the real inflection point and this thing died, then we could at least get to the low here. So I was able to I actually widened my stop loss to 20 points up here, since I just had one lot on and we were targeting, you know, about 100 points on that trade. So yeah, it just gave me the confidence that the risk to reward might be there. I don't know.
What if
it's so hard to explain
in
this
that
stuff.
in that exact scenario? What if the S&P was, let's call it the weaker one? It had sold off more, but then you also got that exact same, what I'm going to call it, order flow dynamic, that little node, that struggle, and then the break. Does that present something differently to you?
Oh, nope. Same deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's really about the order flow for you and the volume build.
Yeah.
Yeah. And follow through or not from that area. Okay, cool.
Yes. It had, the only thing that was conflicting there was the ES volume build and the NQ volume builds were completely different. NQ
in terms of their delta composition or what?
Oh, just in terms of their location, like relative to themselves and relative to their day types. So NQ had built all of this volume below its opening range. ES had built all of that volume above its opening range.
Yes.
But so that is the conflicting part, right? Because if you're building volume above your opening range or below it, then, you know, that's
Trade facilitation in the continuation direction. Yeah.
yeah. So those intraday continuation rules aside, I was willing to take that at that spot because if ES rolled over, everything was going to roll, and then they both did, and now they're both down here in the basement partying. So yeah, we might just be grinded down today, which is fine and great.
Sure.
But, yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I'm gonna have to watch. This is also when having this the show is awesome because I am going to have to watch this later and see what these were both doing as part of my review. This was a weird day. Chat. James, session VWAP. This is RTH VWAP. I got my upper and lower bands highlighted. Undercover scammers. Weird. Yes, it's true. Somebody called me quirky yesterday because I was talking about Lord of the Rings for too long, Merritt.
Sick burn.
I know I'm a nerd. You don't have to. You don't have to point it out.
I think I've said this before on stream, so forgive me, chat. But you know what do you get when you combine a great sense of humor, a nerd with a great sense of humor? That's called a husband. That's good material, and that's what Stowe is.
That's right. Oh, dude, it's my kid's birthday today too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
awesome.
It's gonna be cool. They're going for they're gonna have a spa day for themselves.
No way.
Yep. That's the big plan. Spa day, cake party. Yep. It's gonna be awesome.
Nice. And what is she like? 5?
She's 6.
6. Cool.
Yep. Are your kids still home? Any of your kids start school yet?
They are in pre-K at the
yep.
school that they will go to. Yeah.
Oh, sick. Okay. That's awesome.
Yep. I don't know how y'all do it, but at least the culture at this school is they like hold every kid back. Like kindergarten is like 6-year-olds. Like they I think that's becoming more the norm around.
Okay.
But I like it. You essentially are winning one more year with that child before they're, you've spent that, what is that awfully sad stat? Like you've spent like 80% of the total time you will spend with them physically when by the time they turn 18 or whatever. It's like, oh man, that's sad. So I get an extra year.
That's awesome.
Maybe I'll hold him back in 3rd grade.
That's a good idea. Yeah, we had the choice between sending her either really early or really late, just because of the way her birthday is in the cutoff. And my best friend, his birthday is also the beginning of August. And I was like, did you like being the youngest kid, or would you rather been the oldest kid? And he's like, be the youngest kid. You don't want to be the oldest kid. Be the youngest kid.
Nice.
And I mean, with my background, she'd probably be the one like buying everybody cigarettes and stuff as soon as she turned 18. So that's just me.
Yeah, Job, we're all in the same boat there.
Oh yeah, that's right, Job.
It's always just bittersweet, It's always bittersweet. You're happy for them, the development, the growth, them becoming their own little person, and all that stuff. But it's that the sweet time and the innocence and everything is fleeting.
She's so hilarious. She's so freaking funny all the time. She's gonna make everybody Lucky Charms for October. She decided she's gonna make everybody on the show their own Lucky Charm. She's like, I need everybody's name. And then at the end of that, she was trying to haggle. She's like, I'll do it for $5 a piece, Dad. By the way. Like, oh yeah, okay. All right. My little capitalist.
That's great.
Yeah, Reverso, she already says skibbity. Trust me. I've got a whole bunch of slang. Also, my name's not Dad, it's bruh. Bruh. You know how silly it is to have a 5-year-old say "bruh" to your face when you say something like, "Can you please finish your spaghetti?" And it's like, "Bruh,
Bro.
bruh." See, somebody knows it. Jackson knows. You know what it's like. That's right, Kane. She's a hustler. She's a grinder. She always will be.
I'll tell you what's a grind. This crude oil trade.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me say. I keep losing my screen here.
No new information.
Nothing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's a good spot though.
Yeah.
Those bands just keep getting tighter. I hate when that happens.
Yeah. So you got you updated the bag a little bit, got some new clubs on the way. You're getting
Yes.
ready.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go get fit. Yeah, so this is what I decided. My golf clubs I've had since I was 18, and my dad, we went golfing the other weekend, and my dad was like, "Dude, will you please just like hit a couple of these new clubs?" I'm like, "All right, fine." And so I hit one, and it was just like 275 straight down the middle, and I was like, "Oh, what happened?" And he's like, "Yeah, man, the technology is different."
In the woods in particular, yeah. Irons,
I
it's
was-
like, yeah, you could have them for 20 years, but the woods, it's like every 3 to 5 years, it's kind of a game changer. Yeah.
That thing was a cheat code.
Yeah. The forgiveness on the face, like yeah.
Yeah.
Now I
So-
can still snap hook one into the drink for you if you just hold my beer, but it's not the club's fault, that's for sure. I hit a drive Friday.
Okay.
It's one of those like rare ones that come off the face and you're just like, oh, what? We got to the ball out in the fairway, pulled the laser out, shot the little bench from the tee box. And by the way, the ball like plugged and like came back a little bit, so it was pure carry.
Okay.
322.
Holy smokes. That's crazy.
What? It was
Yeah,
insane.
That's massive, dude. I can't even imagine trying to hit it that far.
Because there was a bunker up the left-hand side that's typically like if you hit a good drive, but if you hit it up the left, it's in that trap. And we were watching it, and like the starter had come out with us on the tee box and stuff. And they were like, no, I think that's gonna cover. It was nuts.
That's awesome, man.
1 out of 1,000.
Dude, I mean, those are the shots that get you sucked into golf forever.
Yeah.
Wit is a Mizuno? How do you say this golf
Mizuno,
club brand?
yep.
Mizuno, yeah. It's a Mizuno something.
I'm not sure that you know this, or maybe it's just part of your like quirky personality where like you don't lead on that you know this, but Mizuno is the golf company brand for you.
Oh, is it really?
You are a Mizuno guy. I don't know if you know that. It's funny that you ended up buying Mizuno, but like you're a Mizuno guy. You don't follow the same path as everyone else. You're not trying to be a brand whore, like that type thing. A lot of these guys go for like the little off the beaten path kind of hipster. It's Mizuno, man.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in a similar vein as well. Actually, my irons, I have Strixons. Those are kind of the same kind of deal. Strixon and Mizuno, I think, are very close to each other.
Sick.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. The only thing I know about this company is my character in Tiger Woods was offered a sponsorship recently with Mizuno. So that's the only thing I know is my fake video game guy can be sponsored by him. All right, this is also where I would look for a turn here. Monthly VWAP, right at 11 o'clock. Hold on. What's the ES doing? Holy Moses, that thing lost its mind too. All right, cool. I will not be catching this knife, Merritt, and I say that for myself so that I don't. But this is where I would expect some relief if we're going to get it from this grind.
This is that spot we talked about. This is the what is the exact level? 28 is that composite value high, and then whatever that around 30 or whatever 35 is the monthly VWAP.
Yeah.
Sellers not as active. I don't know about how it looks on your chart, but sellers not as active into this low as they have been.
You look great, sweetie. I'm trading, yeah. You want to say hi? Sure. Go ahead. Here's the camera. Hold on.
Happy birthday.
Everybody says happy birthday. You see yourself? Cool.
Dad.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. You got to cut here. Talk if you want to. Here, hold
Is
on.
this post spa treatment?
There you go. This is Dad's friend Merritt.
Did you go to the
Hello.
spa with mommy?
Yes, I am, and I'm buying a friend too, actually.
Awesome. That's going to be great.
I know.
You excited for your spa time?
Yes, I am, and I'm.
Nails done?
Yes, I'm gonna do the same pattern as my mom.
That's cool.
Nice. You think you'll get your fingernails
Is that your
painted
friend?
or?
Oh, gosh. All right. See you later. Can you close the door, please? Oh,
That's
my.
great.
Yeah, it's never dull time, Merritt. Never dull. We get our bounce. My kid's also good luck, so we might get a bounce off of that too, by the way.
Buyers stepped in a little.
Let's see.
I'm watching and narrating in queue for entertainment while I sit in my real trade with Edge. That's how much of a degenerate I am.
It's a good game. You gotta love it. I don't know. I don't want to buy this all the way down here, dude. And I don't want to sell it anymore either. This often happens to me on trend down days. Like it'll finally reverse, but it's just it would break too many of my rules to grab the long. So I just end up not doing it.
I have a very specific way that I'll allow myself to do it when I'm trading well, when I'm trading within process and kind of like taking playbook setups.
Yeah.
And it's where you see like a really, really strong delta type of flipping and signal or whatnot from an area where cumulative delta is in a certain position, where we are relative to like the -2 is in a certain position. Like all these variables have to line up, and then you see like a super strong order flow type of changing of the guard. I will allow myself to catch falling knives, if you will, in that way.
That might
But
be
other
it.
than that, I wait for it to stabilize. I wait for this market that's in a downtrend relative to that DVA framework, right? To get back inside the plus and -1, to accept inside of it. And then I can start buying -1s again in that, extreme fade type setups.
Yep. Yes. If it flattens out, that'd be even better. But now I'm looking for these lows here at like 560, give or take, to get retested from below. That would be, and if we can continue to climb past those in a grind up, then this would look like a context shift to me. So I'm going to keep an eye on that.
That's
Other
insane.
thing I like to do.
The differences. Oh, what was that?
I like to put a VWAP on the low and
like anchored.
Yes. So I'll just drop. I didn't drop it on this. Let me see if I can add that indicator real fast. Keeps disappearing for me.
While he's pulling that up, chat, it's insane the difference between the world that Stowe versus myself are in when we look at NQ. He had to scroll his chart to be able to see those two lows from 22 minutes ago. No, 12 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago. He had to scroll his chart. Yep. I don't have to scroll my chart until 8 a.m. from the 18th. That's how far back my lowest time frame chart looks like. So it's not that one is better or worse or whatever. I'm just pointing out the difference in the type of information that we're taking in. Stowe, much more granular, much more lower time frame focused versus me.
Yep, you got to zoom in until it hurts, Merritt. So yeah, this is all I'm watching here. So if this is a true context shift, this VWAP should be respected. But it didn't even get back up in here. Thanks, Boo. No, JM, I use 750 volume candles.
I'm trying to maximize the window to see. Oh, so you don't have bands on it. You just have the VWAP itself.
Yeah. I don't need to get too weird. I'm also not going to buy it. Just this VWAP itself down here, not enough for me to do anything other than to just watch the slope, watch the context of it. And this will also keep me out of continuation shorts that will hurt me as well. So if this VWAP eventually gets lost and then you see it start to dip down, then we can look for a lower low. Maybe continuation shorts are still on the table. But as long as this is being respected with this sort of order flow coming in, I'm just going to leave it alone. Also, ES is doing the same thing. I put one on the ES low and it just bounced off its own VWAP too. So
yeah, I think that's a great tool for a swing trader all the way down to the lowest granular use, almost feasible that Stowe's doing here. You can anchor a VWAP. You can take a look at where the dynamic from that inflection, that reversal, whatever it is, where that changes or where it's continuation from, as we're seeing play out there. I love it, dude.
All right, so too fast.
My time's up here. I got to sign off. And
is it already 11 o'clock? Holy crap!
It
it's
is
11:10.
Yeah, 8 after.
Woo, okay, that was fast.
Real quick for the chat in this position. Look, it's obviously dead as a doornail. We're doing that thing that I talked about with Stowe earlier. We're grinding in the middle of that DVA. We have a great trade location. Because of how much aggressive selling there's been on this market, I've protected the position. I'm not going to lose any money on it. I don't want to be in if we come near those lows again. I will say this. If the passive buyer is able to win this battle, there's going to be potentially some short inventory that gets absolutely murdered on the way up. And we will be at 62.50s where kind of my target is in a lickety split. So anyways, that's my take on it right now. The sellers continue to press as I speak. So probably looking at a scratch on this position, but I love the trade and I would take it again.
Sick. Well, thanks for hanging, bud. I had a fun time. We gonna
Dude,
do it again?
we got in the weeds today with like really getting into a lot of the technicals and what we see and think and feel about this and that. It was a blast.
Awesome, man. Cool. I had fun. Well, have a good day, brother. I'll see you next time.
See you, brother. Take care.
All right,
bye,
peace.
Chat.
Morning, Wojak. Good morning, brother. How are you? Thanks, Merritt. That was fun. Holy crap. All right. Yeah, let me give some love to the chat here. Hey, DZ, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let me go back. I was really not paying attention to anything anybody was up to other than Delta for a second there. We've kind of come back. We haven't even clipped this low. This looks like hot garbage, folks. Hot garb. Indeed. As a permable, I'm not a permable. It's just a lot easier to be long. But as somebody that somebody that enjoys buying NQ, this is not a very encouraging day. But that's why we have those few short setups in our toolbox. And yeah, glad we got to use them. I feel like I get a little flustered in those moments more than longs, just because I have way fewer reps with those. But yeah, feel good about those today. Oh, everybody told my kid happy birthday. Thanks, guys. That's nice. I'll tell you said hey. Her friend just got here for their spa appointment, though. So I quickly go from, hey, Dad, what are you up to okay, bye. See you later in those situations. Oh, thanks, Jam. Thanks, brother. Yeah, so now we've lost this, this is all I really put this on for. Is just to, get some context, see if this is going to continue losing its mind or not. Because the thing about price is that, like, it's going to bounce at some point. You might not know when it is, but this is not really a spot that I want to initiate after all of this action today. I don't know what. I mean, if we lose the monthly VWAP, we kind of have a ways to go. We're still holding like the broader trend of the previous month, which is really as far back as I care to look. Try to see what we've run here. Losing those 600s was kind of, there were certainly a lot of stops below that. We made it was like Monday, the 11th. So last week that was a very keen low for last week. Those 620, that 620 area. Yeah. So I'll just let this close. Let London do what it's going to do. Then we'll see where it's at 11:30. We're kind of in the world of intraday grind down short right now. Like this is, VWAP band shape. When did this kick in here? So this kicked in. Okay, so this single print, this big red bar, this single print doesn't quite exist yet. This is a developing single print. So that means that after 11:30, if this is still open, then this will be a down single print. So we'll see if this holds. We'll see. We get back to 586. So we're going to stay in this band for another, few rotations down. We'll be able to catch that too. Previous week lows at 587 too. So like right here. All right. So that's what we'll do. We'll watch that. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Bid seems like it's partying. Oh, yeah, JM. A single print is an auction market theory concept that it's basically a half-hour increment time frame where price is not traded in other time frames. So, like this area here from 623 to currently 569. This area was only traded between, hey, wait, actually, no, hold on. That's confirmed. Okay, cool. So this is a confirmed single print. I'm sorry. That's my bad. So this area in the red was only traded from 10:30 Eastern to 11 Eastern. And what that means to us as intraday traders and to me in general is this is a sign of extreme trend when price only existed pushing down from 1030 to 11. So if this is not filled before that kicks in, that's just showing us that the trend down is aggressive. Or also the trend up is aggressive. I certainly much prefer them to be up than down. When I see those blue single prints, I'm like, let's go, baby. Let's get it. Yeah. Yeah, it's Andrew, it's originated when looking at TPO charts, which are all 30-minute intervals. Correct. Oh, thanks, Patch. I will tell the kid that you all said happy birthday, and that will make her very happy. She loves talking to the show. She really loves it. Long above, short below what, Pat? Yes, kind of at its inflection point here too. It's 64.50 for continuation lower. Yeah, lots going to happen in this little window here too as London is closing. So I'm going to give this a break. Also, we smashed those trades earlier, so I'm kind of just mentally recuperating. That was a lot. That was a lot of brain power I had to use. I really had to get the hamsters going. Ad asks, what volume indicator am I using? I'm using a delta volume profile that is set to reset every 60-point rotation. And as you can see now, it has not reset since this down leg began up here at 727, which is also another cue that this trend is gnarly. Trying to see if this is going to cross here. Check you out, ES. A fair bit of bid on ES here too. What does reset mean? What do you mean? For me personally, like I'm trying to mentally reset right now? Or do you mean my delta volume profile when it resets every 60-point rotation? Oh, sure. So basically how it works is, all right, so it's leg to leg, right? In order for a new leg to appear, we'll need to make a 60-point rotation against the other leg. So the low here is 514. So we're going to need, I mean, we're close. As soon as this gets up into 580s, it's close. We almost just ticked it. Very close. So it should reset if we get like another 5 or 10 points higher. And so what this is doing is this is showing, this delta volume profile is showing this entire leg because there has not been a 60-point rotation against it. As soon as there is one, it will then flip and it'll show the delta for only this 60-point rotation until that 60-point rotation gets a rotation against it, etc. Hope that makes sense. I mean, makes sense, but I don't get it. It's like, I mean, wait, okay, so you saw it just happen. See? So now we've reset. So now this delta profile is just showing this leg. So we had a 60-point rotation up to 74.75. I like to use 60 points because that is, PAX also uses it, which is interesting to me because we trade differently. But I like to use 60 points because I'm only really trying to grab 30 points. Average rotation size right now on NQ is 65 points also. So the way that I like to think about that is if I can successfully position myself to grab 50% of the average rotation, so I'm trying to grab between 15 and 30 points on average. Oh man, it ticked right off there. I missed it. ES had a really good short there at 64.50, 51. Rats. Well, you can't catch them all, folks. It's not Pokemon. Yeah, you can draw one for sure. Absolutely. Most of the OFL stuff, most of the OFL stuff is just like, automated ways to do things just to make your life easier. And boy, does it ever, especially with the high time frame stuff. I basically have to do 0 prep drawn zones, which is great for me. Yeah, it's Gene, I just have 6451 as a previous. If you look, I don't have a ES chart on Ninja, but if you look, that was a low that was support, and then if you go back through an ES high time frame chart, you'll see a bunch of 1 hour and 4 hour spots that are tagging 6450. It's just a high time frame inflection point. Yeah, Lito, I just use one other time frame. I use an hourly chart. I might have changed this to, I call it ugly chart for the stream. I might have changed this to it's a 30-minute for now because I wanted to see some other stuff. But yeah, I use the 30-minute for all my planning stuff and to look at the higher time frame VWAPs as well. But that's it. I don't really look at that. Sure, Gene, no problem. Yeah, I just use the 30 or an hour. 4 hour if I'm really trying to look back, but like, I don't know, how often is that? Not very often. Really just jammed in this cloud still, huh? Couldn't even get back to previous week low. Yes. Yes, Leo does call that the ugly chart. Confirmed. No, it's not a Bollinger Band. I just call this a band. It's the standard deviation VWAP band. It's -1 to -2. And I highlight it so that I fill it in with some transparent spots so that I'm just aware of where we're at. I just like bands. That's true. That's true too, Leo. Thank you. I'm just a guy. I just like music. We take trouble. Do you mean the higher point and lower point in the VWAP? Yeah. I mean, if you zoom out and look at the whole thing, this is +2, +1. This red line is the VWAP itself. And then this is -1, -2. Pretty strong. Okay, coming up this 64.51 spot again. ES is definitely, or I'm sorry, NQ is definitely stronger at this moment as well. And again, we're watching for this to be a context shift or not. So, what are our signs that context could be shifting? The delta volume profile finally reset. We got a 60-point rotation against. So that's cool. So it's no longer a giga trend without a 60-point rotation. This is constructive, which I also like. A lot of times when price bounces off, on a trend down day, you'll see a lot of reversals that are just like getting smacked in the face. That's actually my least favorite part about shorting is getting smacked in the face with those counter rotations or squeezes. But it's not constructive buying in my brain. That's how I narrate this. Constructive buying has pullbacks. Constructive selling has pullbacks. Like this is normal market behavior. When price just lights up and bounces in a V, that's not good. There's no real spot to get in. That's not good. To me, that feels more like covering than it does constructive buying. So I give that less credence for a context shift than I will give this. Now, we have a lot to do. I probably am not buying this at any point today. I don't actually. I'm on in the afternoon, so maybe I will be. Who knows? Who knows? I don't want to talk about what I could and couldn't be up to later, just in case. But yeah. I'm trying to see what this is doing. So that was previous week low. Woof. Yes, rejected that also. Let's see. Now the real test is if this is a context change, is it has to get above these highs. Has to start we're making higher highs in this rotation, but we need to start taking out some of these sellers. And it does not specifically look like we're going to do that. Okay, here comes the turn. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Trying to see. It looks like this 580 spot is reloading with some selling here, but the bid is stacking up against it. So I'm going to let this think about its feelings a little bit. Decide what it wants to do. Oh, it was quite a lot got lifted there at 579. Lifted like 200 lots. Okay, cool. No continuation short there for me. Not yet. Pretty good range, 256 points. Okay. A lot of fighting up here. All right, I'll take one. We'll see. I'll try to be on the right side of that V. Keep an eye on this 580. This might be the spot where my stop loss is in the better place for entry. Let's see, 46 and 79. ES definitely stronger here too. Hell with it. That's fine. I don't want to take that short. We did so much stuff. Yeah, Naz, maybe. I disagree. I don't think this squeeze is coming, but that's just something people say sometimes. No, it ain't no good. Back inside the previous week low would be good, but it's just getting too weird up here. This is kind of like, yeah, okay. So let's look at the whole volume profile too. So down here, whereas this is an okay spot to initiate from just like a trend point of view, if we're going to get continuation. However, what makes it suck as a spot to initiate is this big volume node. This LVN, this low volume node, and furthermore, this LVN is a better spot to lean off of. So when I got in this short here looking for continuation down and it came right back up, it's just auctioning this thing. And so I don't know. I could be in that for 1,000 years. The better place to be in a trade is up against this LVN or this LVN, anywhere up in here. But initiating right here at this, it's like a stick sticking out. This isn't great. That's not a good location. So I got out of that quickly for 75, 9 points. And if you can get out, if you realize your trade location blows, just leave, because you can always get in somewhere else. It's better. It's better than trying to sit there and justify your bad location to yourself. Trust me, because I have done that. Yeah. Also, we're at that previous week value area low on ES too. I've got it at 64.38-ish. Is that where you've got yours? Cali P sauce? It's a weird name. Most of you have strange names. I don't know. I'll break that to you. Yeah. I swear this dude just asked me questions just so so I can read his username and laugh. No, I certainly won't, Alex. To answer your question, Anonymous, can I explain why I choose to run 750 volume and not minutes or some other value? With volume candles, there is a pace that ebbs and flows with the speed that the candles are, being generated, because it's like every 750, it's like candle, 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 candle. So when price speeds up, when price slows down, that becomes part of the pattern recognition vibe thing that, I'm trying to look at to get in tune with what the market's doing. See? That was the spot right there, 86. Quite a bit of selling there. Chubby Panda, what would prompt me to go long? I don't know, dude. Probably nothing. It's not to say that there's not good long setups down here. I just don't have it. I just don't have it in me to do. Yet. Like I need to be like back in here. I don't know what often happens with these days, and we'll see where we're at this afternoon because I'll be back with XY at 2:30. But I mean, we left all this volume. I'm just trying to look at what may come to pass. The way I like to describe a volume profile is, the market starts at 9:30 and you are in a dark room, and then it slowly turns the lights on, and that's at the end of the day. You can see what the volume profile looks like. You can make predictions along the way that try to give you, an idea of what that roadmap might look like. And I mean, it's pretty odd that this, like, and the point of controls right here. This was, they put in a ton of volume here and then retested it. And this is kind of like the scene of the crime. Is this 655? But I would bet that this 580 spot is making a run for point of control. It's kind of like an election. They're running for point of control right now. Yeah, so this could turn into a double distribution day where we leave this volume up here, and then we just auction down here for the rest of the day. And that just doesn't give me any good long spots to lean on. There's only really short spots to lean on right now. And if I was to go over them, so I'd say I have a playbook of like 4 short trades. One is a really aggressive continuation trade, which I made back here. I don't know where the hell that was. Here, 610. We rejected 620, which was the bottom of the value area that we've been in for a very long time. And so I got in a very fast continuation trade and got however many points off of that. I think it closed right here. This is where I got out. It eventually kept working, but like these more aggressive ones, I take base hits on these because this is very aggressive. More aggressive continuation stuff is like right here. But the later in the day it gets, the less confident I am in these because the pace slows down and it's harder to get those base hits off of those. And then like I said, the reason I got out of this trade, I mean, I could have got like 10 points out of it, but it's still not great because I'm initiating at this big piece of volume and I don't love that. I don't love to do that. Better short entry stuff is, back here at VWAP itself, back here at, 620 again, maybe get back and revisit these lows again and find a seller that would keep this a double distribution day. I think I kind of already took the A+ one, which was this 719 short. Also the 5-minute opening range mid. This is when this trade really rules for me, is when the mid is also the +1 on a, selling continuation day. So that was A+. Very happy with that. I'll put this on the fridge later. I know it's my kid's birthday, but like I deserve to have something nice on the fridge too. Pat B asks, is there another name for market profile? I don't think so. TPO charts, are those kind of the same? It's kind of the same vernacular. Bullies. Oh, I'm trading the bullies. Yeah, it's like an Australian thing. Trading them bully bands. I'm Ringo Starr. I just want to have a good time. My volume profile is just for RTH. So 9:30 to 4:30 or 9:30 to 4 Eastern. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on right here. I don't know what's going on, but bunch of offer lift, bunch of bid. Everybody's doing a thing right here. Everybody's decided to do some business now that we're down here. So this is probably going to turn into a painful day of grind. I don't think there's any secret sauce for the anchored VWAP. If anybody has it, it's probably the guy that wrote the book about it. So you could just read that. Certainly wouldn't be me. I have very little sauce to begin with, and none of it is really a secret. To be truthful, almost 0% secret. Yep, there you go. That's the book. I think they've had Brian Shannon on the show too. I do have a lot of sauce because Jim just sent me like an entire crate worth of barbecue sauce from South Carolina. I got barbecue sauce. I got Bloody Mary mix. Does that count as a sauce? It's kind of like vodka sauce. It's kind of like breakfast sauce, brunch sauce. Have you ever had Vegemite, friend Tintin? Is there anybody from Australia in here that could speak to Vegemite for me real fast? Because I just have one question, and it is do you guys really eat that all the time, or is that just a prank for people? I think Vegemite might be like Malort is to Chicago, where it's just something that they've created to prank people into trying when they get there. How long did it take me to become consistently profitable? Well, it's not a magic bullet. I began to be a break-even trader about a year to, man, it's also hard to remember what time it is right now. I switched to full-time a year and a half ago. I had been a break-even trader for a year before that and began to be profitable at the end of, I probably started to be profitable 2 years ago. So that's like summer of 2023. Spring, summer of 2023 is when I turned the page on that. Break even was a long time though. There's a lot of stuff that happens to your brain when you start to make money. And it like, I don't know. I think it has to do with the nature of this work because it's so weird. And if you're like a person that grew up, you know, with any sort of like blue collar background, or, you know, I'm from the woods, like my grandparents had a farm. It's kind of ingrained in you to, so like, this is the problem. You grow up and everything you learn is work hard, you'll get ahead. Work hard, reward. Work hard, reward. And now hard work looks different. Like I've had a ton of stupid jobs in my life. A lot of them at video stores. I don't know if Hitman's in here, but that was true. It's funny you called me out on that. I also worked at Arby's. You know, I've had a bunch of weird jobs. I picked strawberries. I picked raspberries with Amish people when I was a kid. But like hard work, you go do something for 8 hours, 10 hours. You get tired. You get money for that. I grew up my whole life with that, right? So when I switched to trading for a job and I needed to make money doing this for my family to pay the bills, the tricky part was that I sometimes would spend all day at the chart, and that would be to my detriment. But it would feel wrong if I just made money in an hour and then left and didn't do anything else. So, like, the sheer amount of money you can win or lose in the game messes with your brain. And then on top of that, the idea that we've grown up with, or a lot of us have grown up with our entire lives, which is like, get your bootstraps, kid. Like, go get it. Go get your hard work. That's how you get ahead in this world. It's not necessarily reflective in the trading. So, yeah. I never worked at Blockbuster, Hitman. Never. But so yeah, that's why break even is a thing, you know, because you get to a point where like you can trade, you know, you have screen time, you have your setups, you have blah blah blah, you know, and you're good at managing risk, you're good at the things, you can do the stuff. And then you get to a point and you're like, oh, weird. All this other stuff happens now in my brain when I think about making money. So there's more curveballs the further down the path you get, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's, are you doing too much? Are you doing too little? Um, the way that I was able to get out of that is I just had to create, and also order flow is part of the problem too. Because when you first get into watching order flow, I think it's the most, hey, nice. Our point of control finally won. He's been elected. 580 is the winner. As predicted, I voted for him. One of the things that order flow does that's bad is if you look at it all day without any context of location, you'll see stuff everywhere in the tape. You'll see buyers, you'll see sellers, you'll see things that make you want to do things. And so one thing that I had to do early on is create a bunch of rules to prevent me from doing things at certain places. So that's why all this VWAP crap is here. That's why I talk about that stuff all the time. That's why I'm still not long down here, even though I really want to be. There's just no place for me to lean. I also can't be short here too, because somebody is just putting in all the volume on the planet, and it's two-way so far. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Bean, exactly. Yep, that hard work mentality is not necessarily in your favor here. There aren't really any bootstraps to pick up. You're really on your own in a lot of different ways in the market. You can pick up your bootstraps in different ways and do like creative stuff, like you know, educational things, you know, that sort of stuff. That's also why the stream is cool, because this allows me to hang out and do the thing that I love without having to, you know, sit and wonder if I should be in a trade or not. So I'm lucky. I'm luckier than a billion people, but yeah, ES definitely looks a lot worse down here now. I tell this VWAP every time, but you see this VWAP from the low. It's, I mean, I'll zoom in so we can see like proper slope. Now this is super zoomed in. It's not really doing anything. Like this isn't like a big trend up right now. This is flattening out, which is also kind of telling me that we're probably going to balance down here. That's good, Crypto John. Hit it, brother. I don't have a good history with continuation selling. Let's see if that's going to hold. Got some two-way here. This bid is kind of, it's attempting to be supportive. Nope. Nope. Let's see, 11:52. Yeah, no news or anything. There's a Fed speech. Who we got? Bowman at 210. Okay. Nothing else much going on. All right. Kind of spicy spot there. ES back at its low. I mean, that was a pretty good run. It didn't quite get. All right, so it retested this high. Even though I'm not going to take these trades, I still like to analyze the price action like while it develops for myself. I mean, if I'm going to be standing here, I might as well do it, right? Because this is how you come up with the patterns that, you end up looking for all the time. Paulo, no, I don't journal because I have this show. So I don't have to do anything. Very spoiled. If ever there is a day where I'm like, did I do the right thing? Did I not do the right thing? I can almost always go back and check that. I'm going to take this short here. I can almost always go back and check that on the show. That seemed like a really aggressive rejection right here. Nah, I might be wrong. Trying to lean on this cliff. Sellers came in. You just need to punch this buyer here at 60s. ES also trying to push too. No steam. Fresh out. Fresh out of steam. Is it because I got in a trade? Is that what's happening? Did you do this on purpose, Mr. Market? Is that what's going on?
Brah.
Hey, bruh. What's up, Jim? How's it going? She seriously calls me that every 5 minutes. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's true.
So it's funny that we hired a dog trainer and he gave us the sound to mimic an alpha dog to get the other dogs to listen to you. And it's
okay.
And it's bah,
bruh,
BAH, bah.
Oh, it's so funny.
My dog's looking at me right now like, am I in trouble?
It's like, hey, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Oh man, what a morning.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I don't mean to jinx you, but I really like this trade you got.
Thank you. It's not the world's best trade location, but they seem to be ready to keep it going.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't get any. I was in it a lot higher and just kind of wimped out because there was less selling on the tape up here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No,
I don't know. I got to go get a birthday cake anyways, Jim. So I don't know if this is a good idea to be in this trend.
Oh man. Anyway.
But yeah, pretty cool morning. That was fun. It was fun to trade with Merritt.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Oh yeah, you guys were great. That was really good. Really, really good. And speaking of that, now that you mention it, that was so good. There's this thumbs up button. You guys hit that thumbs up button for these guys. Everyone did a great job today. Everybody worked hard. We had Bobby Iaccino. We had DCP up there. this morning. We had Pharm up there, we had Merritt, and we have Stowe. I mean, give a thumbs up for all these guys. Hit that subscribe button too. That means a lot to us. But everyone's here working hard and just kind of laying it out, just opening it up, man, saying, here's my trade. This is what I'm doing. I hope it's a winner, and here's why I think it's going to be a winner. This is good stuff, man.
Yep, man, DCP is so cool. I didn't get to watch that, so that's on my replay list. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's good.
I was putting together a gymnastics bar. I'm in so much trouble, dude. So much trouble.
I was playing catch up on the home front.
Yes. No, I just mean like, dude, this kid is so athletic. She's doing all her friends in the neighborhood. They're all gymnasts, and they all have like quite a lot of insane gymnastics equipment just floating around between all of them. So she's like, yeah, I'm gonna get a floor routine going. I need the balance bars. I need everything. So yeah, I'm doomed.
So one comment you made earlier, and then we're going to do a really, really quick edge report in a second, but one comment you made earlier is true. It's like, all right, I feel guilty. I'm done in an hour. I added some great trades and I think I'm done for the day. And then you kind of feel guilty. Like, all right, what do you do now? So, one of the things and I had that same problem. And what I started doing was, all right, listen, there's stuff that you could do tangentially, which helps you. You could listen to CNBC. You could listen to Bloomberg. You could read a trading book. You could talk to other traders on the phone or on chat. So there's things you could do to be engaged and not be at the screen like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and click the button 100 times.
Yeah.
That's something to think about. And it's relaxing too. Listen to, some of the knuckleheads on CNBC say the wrong thing. You could laugh at them.
I was going to say, did you just say watch CNBC? It'll help you?
Well, no, but you get a perspective of how the masses are thinking.
That's true. That's true. Yep.
So
every time I do like to stay in a hotel because that's like all of a sudden I have CNBC for a day. So it is like a little treat for myself. Yeah. So when I was in Chicago, I had CNBC on 24/7 just so I could see what those turkeys are up to. It's so hilarious. Just to see what people get worked up about and everybody's opinions. It's
Absolutely.
But that's why I like Donnie. That's why I like DCP so much. Is his opinions are all over the place and tend to intentionally inverse a bunch of popular thought. So I love that stuff.
Yeah, he shares that same trait with Shy, with Tracy, and Tracy's not shy, no pun intended, of telling us who's wrong and why.
Yep.
So
that's true.
Super great. Anyway, man, good job today. Right. It's you and XYZ.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a couple hours. Real quickly here, if I could take the screen mission control, I'm going to be super fast, and we'll wrap up this morning's session. I was just looking at the same chart that. Oh, you know what? It's my bad. Mission control is yelling at me like, "You're doing it wrong, Jim." All right, here we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Real quickly, here's the E-mini S&P, and here's why I liked. Well, here was the S&P. I'm having all sorts of difficulties this afternoon. It's not this afternoon yet. Here's kind of why I liked Stowe's trade. I mean, I got the big S&P up close enough. This is a benchmark candle, guys. This is a big major benchmark candle. It's a 30-minute candle, and it closed significantly below the initial balance, the initial balance, right? The U.S. initial balance, and then it significantly below a bunch of other stuff like JAX 1 as an example. And then we had a little bit of a fight back up, and then again another pretty big red candle here as well, and a little tiny fight back up. And so one of the things I'm looking at is, all right, what's the potential going down here, right? We've been range bound the last couple of days, but now we have some targets here, and I love these Mentor Q targets. I love them, so I don't feel bad plugging them. But there's a blind spot 3 here, it's called blind spot 3, right there around 64.24, and then right below it is their 1-day min calculation. And so I'm looking for a candle to close below that S2 level or below that 0DT put, like a solid 30-minute candle close, and then I'm going to be optimistic that, hey, we have a shot at getting down here, right? We have a shot at the title. So that's why I like Stowe's trade. I know he was doing it. He was in NASDAQ. I'm in the S&P, but I think there's some correlation going on here as well. So All right. Having said all that, folks, great morning for sure today. I appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. I appreciate the thumbs up. I appreciate the subscriptions. We're going to take a couple-hour break. We're going to be back at 2:30 East Coast time. Me and Shire are going to do our hot commodity report. So if you could tune in there, that would be awesome. And then we're trading the close again with Stowe and XYZ. So thanks for being here, and get a nice relaxing lunch in, and we will see you in a couple hours.